Chapter 3402, Chapter 476, Unparalleled Confidence. Chapter 3402, Chapter 476, Unparalleled Confidence. Chapter 476, Unparalleled Confidence. TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 473. Changed. Level 160 World Ranked Regional Map. The 100 Eyes Canyon 2. Level 160 World Mode Regional Dungeon. The 100 Eyes Canyon. Fluctuating Law. Action Type requires Sword Tier 5 Ultimate Legacy Skill. Construct a world barrier with a radius of 20 yards around the user. The world barrier can block all attacks. The user's strength, agility, and reaction speed will be increased by 100% while in the barrier. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Learning condition: 120 legacy skill points. Divine Annihilator. AoE destruction skill. Tier 5 ultimate legacy skill. Cause an elemental collapse in the user's mana coverage area every second for 10 seconds. Every elemental collapse will carry 3 times the effect of the user's strength. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Learning condition: 120 legacy skill points. Sword Rakshasa requires Sword Tier 5 Super Legacy Spell. Consume one one-handed sword at the epic rank or above to create a heavenly sword. The greater the consumed sword's quality, the greater the strength the heavenly sword would come with, up to the Tier 6 peak standard. Duration: 1 minute. Cooldown: 6 hours. Learning condition: 200 legacy skill points. Shirfong desperately wanted all 3 Tier 5 legacy skills, so much so that his eyes had gone red from staring at them. Ultimate skills and spells were incredibly powerful and valuable in the greater god's domain, as they rivaled taboo skills and curses of the same tier. Among them, Tier 5 ultimate spells were especially valuable. The reason for this was due to the rarity of Tier 6 spellbooks. They were nearly as rare as legendary equipment, and most Tier 6 experts could only get their hands on a few if they didn't have a powerful backing. Meanwhile, to compensate for this deficiency, such Tier 6 experts would rely on Tier 5 ultimate spells as their trump cards. It seems I can only learn 2 for now. Shirfong didn't hesitate for long before choosing to learn Fluctuating Law and Sword Rakshasa. As soon as he did so, most of his legacy skill points disappeared. If he wanted to learn Divine Annihilator as well, he would have to accumulate points from level-ups and quest rewards. Meanwhile, after learning Fluctuating Law and Sword Rakshasa, Shirfong received a massive boost to his overall combat power. Fluctuating Law was a skill that could be used offensively and defensively, so it could achieve extraordinary effects in battle. Meanwhile, Sword Rakshasa was a super spell he could use as an additional trump card and to supplement his lack of Tier 5 spells. With the addition of Fluctuating Law and Sword Rakshasa on top of the significant bonuses he received from his Tier 5 promotion, Shirfong was confident he could now defeat Mad Blade, a veteran Tier 5 saint with a legendary weapon, without using the Feather of Oath. In the current Eternal Realm, Shirfong had already reached the apex in terms of personal combat power. Even without the Feather of Oath, he already had the necessary combat power to compete with the various powers. Now that I'm at Tier 5, I should head to the Lightless Fortress next, Shirfong thought as he stood up and left the hotel. Seeing as the sun was still up, he hurriedly summoned the mutated Frost Flame, Phantom Dragon, and flew eastward to the 100 Eyes Canyon. The 100 Eyes Canyon was one of the few world mode regional dungeons discovered in the Eternal Realm during his previous life. All of the regional bosses and randomly occurring 20-man team dungeons in the 100 Eyes Canyon had a chance of dropping secret treasures. As a result, the world mode regional dungeon became a place where all powers in the greater god's domain wished to have a hand in. Meanwhile, because the Lightless Fortress was the closest stronghold to the 100 Eyes Canyon, the fortress naturally became highly contested by the various powers. This, in turn, led to the value of the fortress's lands and shops soaring by hundreds of times. Now that the Blood Hell mountain range would soon activate, Once the various powers established themselves in the neutral NPC city situated on the map, it would only be a matter of time before they discovered the lightless fortress's existence. And once that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the 100 Eyes Canyon's existence came to light. As Shifeng was a player with no background whatsoever, if he wanted to establish a foothold for himself in the Eternal Realm and compete against the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates, he needed to have sufficient funds. Meanwhile, the only method he could currently use to earn a large amount of capital was by purchasing the shops and lands of fortresses that were currently outside the various powers' notice. As for other avenues of making money, they were still outside of his current capabilities. After flying intermittently for over a dozen hours, Shifeng successfully arrived outside the lightless fortress before sunset. Although he encountered many high-leveled monsters on his way here, he managed to repel and shake them off by working together with the mutated Frostflame Dragon. Regarding the lightless fortress, rather than call it a fortress, it'd be more appropriate to consider it a small NPC city that housed a tiny population of only several tens of thousands of NPCs. The guards protecting the lightless fortress's gate were level 180, Tier 4 NPCs clad in uniform armor. 12 of them working together could form a battle array, and when their battle array was active, they could take on a Tier 5 NPC of the same level. Meanwhile, leading these Tier 4 NPC guards was a level 200 Tier 5 NPC guard captain. Even without the help of the Tier 4 NPC guards, the guard captain alone could overwhelm any Tier 5 player in the current Eternal Realm. As the Lightless Fortress was the only safe haven near the 100 Eyes Canyon, it cost a whopping 2 eternal silver coins just to enter the city. It was an exorbitant entrance fee that could bankrupt many Tier 5 players. However, 2 eternal silver was nothing for Shifeng now that he had a fortune of 19 eternal gold. After paying the entrance fee, Shifeng promptly made his way to the Lightless Fortress's administration hall. Because of the 100 regional city reputation points he received from the Courtyard of Space's first clear rewards, he could directly purchase the lands and shops near the Lightless Fortress's airport. After browsing the choices available, Shifeng spent 17 eternal gold on buying 2 lands and 2 shops. Although the purchase had drained most of his available funds, it also relieved him of one of his worries. Once Shifeng was done with his business at the administration hall, he rented a room at a nearby hotel and chose to go offline. The next time he logged back into the game would be when the new city map activated. Previously, the emergence of the Eternal Realm had happened so suddenly that he didn't even have time to return to the God's Domain Association. As a result, he had no choice but to use one of the gaming cabins at the Star Lake Training Center. Moreover, to secure an advantage for himself in the Eternal Realm, he had spent 2 consecutive days in the game, putting himself at great risk of getting attacked by the Paimon conglomerate. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3403, Chapter 477, Dark Star. Chapter 3403, Chapter 477, Dark Star. Chapter 477, Dark Star. Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. 20 virtual gaming cabins were neatly lined in a row in a spacious lounge the size of 2 basketball courts. Following a hissing sound, the door of one of the cabins slowly opened. Why are there so many people here? When Shifeng emerged from the gaming cabin, he was surprised to see all the occupied gaming cabins around him. The Star Lake Training Center's gaming cabins were reserved for the City Legion's participants. Although some participants would use these cabins for duels from time to time, they would never use them to access God's domain long-term. The reason for this was safety concerns. While the training center had guards stationed in it, because it wasn't private property, anyone who wasn't explicitly banned by the city could visit the establishment. As a result, it wasn't out of the question for assassinations to happen. Shifeng had heard of many such instances during his previous life. For the sake of winning in city battles, some cities would send spies to infiltrate their opponents' public training centers and incapacitate key participants in one way or another. Hence, few participants would access God's domain via public training centers, gaming cabins long-term. Some cities even forbade their city legions, participants, from doing so. After looking around, Shi Feng was surprised to find Hidden Soul among these cabins. He had thought she would have long returned to the God's Domain Association by now, but that didn't seem to be the case. However, before Shi Feng could ponder why Hidden Soul was still logged into God's domain, a man and a security robot approached him. These security robots were strong enough to single-handedly subdue 2-star mental strength grandmasters and below. 2 of them working together could even keep a 3-star grandmaster pinned for a short time. They were effectively the strongest defensive force in the various cities. Many corporations and powers coveted these security robots and hoped to have several of them guarding their main headquarters. Unfortunately, these technological products were the various cities' core assets, and no city would sell its security robots. Only a few powerful conglomerates would put a few up for auction from time to time. Moreover, the currency used to bid for these machines was not star coins, but God's domain's legendary items or items of equal value. Vice Commander Shi Feng, by order of the City Lord and Legion Commander, everyone who comes out of the lounge's gaming cabins must leave the lounge right away, the man patiently explained to Shi Feng. So, please leave the lounge now. Was this order issued because many people were forced to enter the game? Shi Feng asked out of curiosity. He was forced to enter God's domain because of the Eternal Realm, but he found it hard to believe that this many people in Star Lake City had entered the Eternal Realm as well. Yes, there are quite a lot. It's not just the people in this training center. Many people across the city have been forced to log into God's domain as well, the man said, nodding. However, from the information we've gathered thus far, we only know that this situation is related to the newly emerged Eternal Realm. We still don't know about the specifics. It's related to the Eternal Realm? Hearing the man's words, Shi Feng suddenly recalled Death Omen and Thousand Scars. 2 people who logically shouldn't have appeared in the current Eternal Realm. Could Soul and Snow be in the Eternal Realm as well? Earlier, Shi Feng had checked his friend's list and saw that he could contact neither Hidden Soul nor Gentle Snow. Evidently, both were in a state where they couldn't be contacted in God's domain. Combined with what he had just learned, there was a 90% chance that the 2 had somehow found themselves in the Eternal Realm as well. The current Eternal Realm was in a state where players couldn't contact those outside the Eternal Realm. Even in the Eternal Realm, if 2 players were not within a certain range, they would not be able to contact each other. Please leave this place quickly, Vice Commander Shi Feng, the man repeated when he saw Shi Feng suddenly falling silent. After taking another look at Hidden Soul, Shi Feng promptly made his way out of the lounge. He had no way of contacting Hidden Soul in her current state. The only thing he could do was wait until Hidden Soul exited the gaming cabin. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to worry about her safety, seeing as the city had already dispatched security robots to guard the lounge's entrance. After all, not just any power would be willing to send their 3-star grandmasters to conduct an assassination. Meanwhile, after stepping out of the lounge, Shi Feng began inspecting the messages on his quantum watch. There was nothing he could do about Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow entering the Eternal Realm. However, it wasn't exactly a bad thing for the 2 to be in the current Eternal Realm. While the Eternal Realm was indeed filled with dangers, these dangers also came with the best opportunities available in the greater God's domain. Both Hidden Soul and Gentle Snow possessed incredible talent. Shi Feng had seen it firsthand during his previous life. If the 2 could safely grow in the Eternal Realm, they could be of massive help to him in the future. After all, God's domain wasn't a single-player game. Why are there so many messages? Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw that he had over 100 unread messages. Most of these messages were from people applying to join Zero Wing's battle group. There were also some messages sent by the representatives of Star Lake City's corporations and powerful families, and these people requested to purchase city contribution points from him using star coins. Apparently, in just 2 short days, the exchange rate of Star Lake City's contribution points had increased from 125 to 130. This was an unprecedented high in Star Lake City. However, setting aside whether he even had any contribution points right now, even if he did have some, he had no intentions of humoring these requests. After all, city contribution points were of great importance to him. Not to mention, he had just made 200 million star coins off of Fry, so he had no reason to exchange his points for star coins. Shortly after Feng stepped out of the Star Lake Training Center, he saw an urgent message Xia Qingying sent him a day ago. An invitation to the Dark Star? The content of Xia Qingying's message surprised Feng. There were only a very small number of apex powers in the greater God's domain. Meanwhile, out of these apex powers, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was an incredibly special entity. It could even be considered somewhat of a transcendental existence. This was because the Eternal Chamber of Commerce only did business in God's domain. Moreover, its business empire was beyond massive. For the sake of expanding its business empire, it had even gone out of its way to construct a satellite in the darkness plane to let God's domain's players conduct various transactions there. Meanwhile, the satellite's name was Dark Star. The way players could access the Dark Star was by invitation. So long as players had an invitation from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, they could use the virtual gaming cabin to project a phantom of themselves directly onto the Dark Star. However, an invitation merely allowed players to visit the Dark Star. If players wanted the right to trade on the Dark Star, they would also need to pass the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's test. Xia Qingying was currently trying to pass the Chamber of Commerce's test, and she hoped that he, or more specifically, Zero Wings Guild leader Black Flame, could make good on their previous agreement to provide her with assistance when needed. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying's request was that Black Flame could become one of her foreign aides for the test. God's domain, Dark Star. The Dark Star was a moon-sized satellite floating in the void. Meanwhile, erected on this satellite was a majestic city. Currently, over 1,000 players were lined up outside the city, waiting to enter it. Outside of the Dark Star, these players were varying levels and tiers. However, upon setting foot on the Dark Star, all of them were either elevated or suppressed to level 120, Tier 4. Standing in the corner of the city gate was a group of 1 man and 2 women. Of the 2 women, one was a beautiful and intelligent-looking cleric who was constantly looking at the time displayed on her wrist, her face looking gloomy and anxious as she watched the seconds go by. Meanwhile, this woman was none other than Xia Qingying's in-game character. Why isn't he here yet? When Xia Qingying saw that there were less than 10 minutes left before the test began, she couldn't help but look around in search of the person she had not seen in a long time. TL notes: I do not know if the darkness plane mentioned here is connected to the one mentioned in the main story in any way. It could be an entirely different thing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3404. Chapter 478. Luminous Glory lists Powerhouse? Chapter 3404. Chapter 478. Luminous Glory lists Powerhouse? Chapter 478. Luminous Glory lists Powerhouse? Vice President Xia, you don't have to worry about the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's test. Even if that person doesn't show up, the short-haired young man standing next to Xia Qingying said. The young man was an elementalist wielding a staff made of withered wood, and he wore a calm look as he leaned against the city wall. I alone am enough to pass the test for you. You won't need any other foreign aid. The other woman in the group was a long-haired beauty clad in silver heavy armor with a sword and shield on her back. When the woman heard the elementalist's words, she glanced at the other party before turning to Xia Qingying and indifferently saying, Vice President Xia, regardless of whether your other foreign aid arrives, according to our agreement, so long as I pass the test, you will need to hand that item to me." "Naturally," Xia Qingying answered, her mood growing complicated as she looked at the man and the woman before her. The short-haired young man was Invincible Swallow, a peerless paragon the Green God Corporation had nurtured from childhood. He was a Tier 6 mage god who could cast spells as easily as he spoke. Even before reaching Tier 6, he was a paragon capable of transcending tiers and killing the various powers paragons as if slaughtering livestock. Currently, Invincible Swallow's status in the Green God Corporation had already risen to a point where only the corporation's directors, and above, could command him. As for the beautiful shield warrior standing next to Invincible Swallow, her name was Xuanwu Chisa. Her existence was akin to a legend in the god's domain under the Green God Corporation's control. She had played a leading role in the establishment of a powerful empire, and all native players knew her as the Iron Valkyrie. Once, in the greater god's domain, Xuanwu Chisa had destroyed a fortress owned by an upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Void Sea. Unfortunately, as she wanted to avoid retaliation from the upper-ranking hegemonic power in question, she chose to hide her identity. So, very few people knew about her achievement. Just as Xia Qingying finished speaking, a low voice entered her ears. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Vice President Xia." Following this voice, a cloaked swordsman with somewhat messy hair approached the trio. "You truly are a busy person, Guild Leader Black Flame," Xia Qingying said when she saw Shifeng. Had Shifeng been a few more minutes late, he would have missed the start of the test. However, despite her complaint, Xia Qingying still felt joy and relief to see Shifeng show up. "Let's hurry inside. We're going to miss the test if we don't enter the city soon." At Xia Qingying's words, Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Chisa simultaneously turned their heads to scrutinize Shifeng. According to the original plan, they were supposed to participate in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's test as a group with Xia Qingying. However, when the time for the test was fast approaching, Xia Qingying suddenly decided to have someone else take the test in her place. And this person was none other than the cloaked swordsman currently standing before them. Not much needed to be said regarding Xia Qingying's strength. Not only was she a vice president of the Green God Corporation, but she had also spent quite some time operating in the greater god's domain already. Thanks to the plentiful resources and opportunities she had access to, she was now one of the few fifth-floor experts in the greater god's domain. For this reason, both Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Chisa wholeheartedly acknowledged Xia Qingying's strength. Although the two of them were stronger than her in combat, because of her age and identity, they still regarded her as their equal, which was why they found it very surprising that Xia Qingying would let someone else take the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's test in her place. Black Flame. Invincible Swallow suddenly thought of something when he heard the form of address Xia Qingying used for Shifeng. The Luminous Glory lists 963rd, ranked Azura, Sword Emperor? "So, you are the rising star of our god's domain's new generation." Xuanwu Chisa also came to a realization as she looked at Shifeng. Although a 963rd ranked Luminous Glory expert was nothing in front of them, Xia Qingying was known for cherishing talents in the Green God Corporation. So, it made sense for Xia Qingying to relinquish her position in the upcoming test to allow their homeworld's rising star in Operinity to experience the greater god's domain's grander stage. After all, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's test could be regarded as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If luck was on this rising star's side, he might be able to achieve significant growth from this experience. "Yes, that's me." Shifeng smiled and nodded. Both Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Chisa could be considered old acquaintances to him, though neither of them knew him in this life. "All right, that's enough talking. We don't have much time left. You three can get acquainted after we enter the city and register for the test," Xia Qingying said, feeling a little exasperated when she saw the three people before her beginning to introduce themselves to one another. Immediately, she led the trio to the city gate. Upon arriving at the gate, Xia Qingying presented her invitation token, which she had received from an elder of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, to the captain of the gatekeepers. "I'm sorry, but I will need you to wait here for a bit, Vice President Xia. Administrator Wu just received news that a VIP will soon be arriving in the city for the upcoming test. So he has registered the VIP in advance. Once the VIP has arrived and gets verified, we will begin your registration," the gatekeeper captain nonchalantly said. "Early registration." Xia Qingying's expression darkened as she looked at the gatekeeper captain. Dark Star's registration has always required a personal appearance. The person in question hasn't even shown up yet, and you're making us wait here. Don't be angry, Vice President Xia. We've already completed the registration procedures for the VIP, so you only need to wait a few more minutes, the gatekeeper captain said without a shred of guilt. Moreover, the other party is one of the Luminous Glory list's top 10 powerhouses. He is most likely to gain advanced membership in the test this time. He isn't someone we can afford to offend. A few more minutes. Xia Qingying immediately grew furious. You know as well as I do that the test is going to start in a few minutes. How are we supposed to participate in the test if we wait until he is done registering? Girl, you sure have a hot temper. I'm just a little late to arrive. Is there a need to get so heated up? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from afar. Then, a young man could be seen approaching the gate. Although the young man's actual tier in God's domain was only tier 4, the aura he exuded caused many of the experts present to subconsciously step away from him. Crap, isn't he solitary madness? Sure enough, he is incredible. Even though I'm a tier 6 player in God's domain, my heart still shudders in his presence. When the crowd lining up outside the city gate saw the Berserker youth, they quickly recognized him and opened a path for him. You're finally here, Lord Madness. Please head inside. When the gatekeeper captain saw the approaching young man, he promptly walked over to welcome the other party with a big smile. You. Xia Qingying's anger surged even higher when she saw the gatekeeper captain ignoring her group. However, just as she was about to give the gatekeeper captain a piece of her mind, a pitch-black sword light suddenly flashed by her side, cutting out a spatial tear that extended over 1,000 yards. The spatial tear disappeared just as quickly as it appeared. However, when everyone present saw the aftermath of the sudden attack, they couldn't help but fall silent. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3405, Chapter 479, Sanctuary's Inhabitant. Chapter 3405, Chapter 479, Sanctuary's Inhabitant. Chapter 479, Sanctuary's Inhabitant. What just happened? What an incredible strike. I can't believe he actually killed that solitary madness. This is crazy. That guy must be insane to take action on Dark Star. Is he not afraid of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce? Shortly after the pitch-black sword light disappeared, many of the players present turned to look at its origin with eyes full of shock and fear. After all, whoever had just killed solitary madness had done so in one move. It should be known that even the minimum requirement for players to get into the Luminous Glory list was to be at the 5th floor standard. Naturally, those capable of ranking among the list's top 10 were the best of the best among Tier 4 experts. Although players would have their basic attributes and physique fixed at the level 120, Tier 4 standard when staying on Dark Star, which prevented them from exhibiting their full strength, it still wasn't an easy task to kill a 5th floor expert, much less an expert of Solitary Madness's caliber. With Solitary Madness's perception of danger, very few attacks could overwhelm his defensive and evasive capabilities. More importantly, Dark Star was a trade hub created by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Taking action here was no different than slapping the apex power in the face. Now that the person you want to register is gone, can we begin our registration now? Sherfong calmly asked as he looked at the gatekeeper captain. You! The gatekeeper captain wore an incredibly ugly expression as he looked at Sherfong. A saint. Meanwhile, Xia Qingying couldn't help but turn to look at Sherfong in shock. She never imagined that not only would Sherfong dare to attack Solitary Madness, but he would also kill Solitary Madness in one move. Xia Qingying had long known that the man known as Black Flame was very strong and was suspected of having even mastered a saint-ranked mana technique. She was certain that his strength was beyond the information published by the Seven Luminaries Alliance. This was also why she had invited him as a helper, but she never thought he would be this strong. You sure are quick to make a move, Invincible Swallow said to Sherfong, laughing when he recalled the attack Sherfong had just executed. You are indeed qualified to be a helper if you can kill Solitary Madness in one move. What a busybody. After glancing at Sherfong, Xuanwu Qisha looked away in dissatisfaction as she returned the sword and shield wielded to her back. Although Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Qisha had varying reactions, it was clear to anyone with eyes that both of them supported Sherfeng's behavior. In fact, even if Sherfeng didn't take action against Solitary Madness, the two of them would have subsequently acted. Are they not afraid of angering the Eternal Chamber of Commerce? You must be new to Darkstar, right? Although Eternal indeed controls Darkstar, this place is outside the city. So long as you don't make a move inside the city, Eternal won't care what you do. That's right. Moreover, the security personnel is obviously in violation of the rules. If they try to escalate this matter, they will be the ones to suffer instead. When the longtime guests of Darkstar waiting in line saw the nonchalant behavior of Xia Qingying's group, none of them found the group's reaction surprising. They even explained the reason for the group's reaction to the players new to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Darkstar. Flying Scythe, hurry up and register us, or do you not plan on following the rules? After snapping out of her daze, Xia Qingying looked at the time and loudly questioned the gatekeeper captain. The average guest on Darkstar might behave respectfully to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's gatekeepers, but she was a guest invited by one of Eternal's elders. Even the Chamber of Commerce's administrators needed to show her respect. After all, such an invitation was not something money could buy. Money could only be used to purchase an entrance ticket to Darkstar. Not to mention, should she pass the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's test and become an official partner, her status in Eternal would exceed even that of the Chamber of Commerce's administrators. At that time, gatekeeper captains such as Flying Scythe would be obligated to greet her respectfully when they saw her. When Flying Scythe heard Xia Qingying's words, although his expression still looked incredibly ugly, he had no choice but to follow regulations and begin registering Xia Qingying's group of 4. Captain Scythe, has our distinguished guest not arrived yet? Shortly after Flying Scythe finished registering Xia Qingying's group, a short and chubby middle-aged man approached the gate from inside the city, a look of impatience on his face. At the chubby man's question, Flying Scythe's expression turned even uglier. This was because the chubby man was none other than Wu Duanhen, an administrator of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. The VIP you mentioned has already arrived, Administrator Wu, Flying Scythe said in a low voice. But he was killed before he could get verified. Killed! Wu Duanhen immediately exploded into a rage when he heard Flying Scythe's words. Someone dares to lay their hands on my guest. Yes, turning to look at the distant backs of Xia Qingying's group, Flying Scythe explained. Vice President Xia's group did it. They were in a hurry to enter the city, so they killed Solitary Madness since he was taking up their time. Xia Qingying. Wu Duanhen's face darkened as he turned to look at Xia Qingying's distant figure. She killed my distinguished guest simply because she couldn't wait a moment longer. Does she really think I can't touch her because she has an elder backing her? Administrator Wu, don't forget that the one backing Xia Qingying is that elder. Flying Scythe quickly reminded Wu Duanhen when he heard the chubby man's words. If you try to lay your hands on her, both of us will suffer. So what if that elder is backing her? Wu Duanhen sneered. The person Xia Qingying offended this time isn't just solitary madness, but also that distinguished guest from one of the 12 sanctuaries. Not even that elder can save her this time. You mean that distinguished guest? Flying Scythe's eyes brightened. The distinguished guest in question was a peerless paragon originating from one of the 12 sanctuaries. For the sake of recruiting him, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, a pseudo-apex power, had even promised him a vice guild leader position. Besides that, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's executives had also prepared an additional advanced membership slot in the upcoming test, specifically for him. The reason for this was simple. The Greater God's domain's 12 sanctuaries would rarely initiate contact with other realms. As a result, even apex powers would have difficulty extending their roots deep into the 12 sanctuaries. As for weaker powers, it would be even more difficult for them to do so. Normally, the various powers would try to befriend and recruit native paragons to better enter the 12 sanctuaries. It was especially so for peerless paragons. This was because every peerless paragon was bound to have an extraordinary origin. Meanwhile, even an apex power like the Eternal Chamber of Commerce could stand to benefit a lot from partnering with such an individual. Xia Qingying has been taking advantage of the fact that she has that elder's backing to disrespect me time and again. Now that she has made such a blunder, I'm going to let her know the consequences of offending me. Wu Duanhen declared smugly as he looked at Xia Qingying's distant figure. The distinguished guest in question had specifically invited Solitary Madness to participate in the test this time, because Solitary Madness was one of the Luminous Glory list's few top 10 powerhouses willing to become his follower. After all, the competition for the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leader position was intense, and securing it wouldn't be possible without enough experts. Now that Xia Qingying's group had killed Solitary Madness, it was a direct slap in the face to that distinguished guest. Once the elders hosting the upcoming test learned about this offense, they were bound to make Xia Qingying's group pay. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3406, Chapter 480 Hymn. Chapter 3406, Chapter 480 Hymn. Chapter 480 Hymn. Dark Star, Dark Moon City. Upon entering the city, Xia Qingying led the group to a teleportation channel that facilitated rapid travel around the city. Then, using the teleportation channel, they arrived at the center of Dark Moon City less than a minute after they entered the city. The Dark Star Auction House. Dark Moon City was a vast place. It was more than 10 times bigger than the holy cities found in the Greater God's domain. It could easily accommodate a population of 1 billion, and over 100 million players entered and left the city daily. Of course, only a tiny percentage of visitors were actual partners or guests invited by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's executives. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 99% of the players entering the city were people who had bought an entrance ticket through real-world channels. The Dark Star Auction House could be regarded as Dark Star's heart. It was a place that any player who entered Dark Moon City would visit at least once. Otherwise, they would have wasted a trip to Dark Star. In the Dark Moon Auction House, one could find items commissioned by players originating from the Greater God's domain's various realms being sold. In addition, one could also see various competitive events in which the participants were all experts among experts. Some of these participants might even be experts who had caused a huge uproar in the Greater God's domain with their achievements. Meanwhile, so long as one could obtain a sufficiently high ranking in these events, one could enjoy greater privileges in Dark Moon City. The only problem was that one must become an official partner of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce before one would be eligible to participate in these events. Otherwise, one could only spectate from the side. As it so happened, the test to become an official partner of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was also held in the Dark Star Auction House. Inside the arena on the Dark Star Auction House's 100th floor, although the partnership test had yet to begin, the arena that could accommodate over 100,000 spectators was already packed with players. I'm looking forward to the test this time. Even though it's only a basic partnership test, 3 of Eternal's elders are going to preside over it. I know, right? You'll usually only see Eternal sending 3 elders for the advanced partnership test. If not for that peerless paragon from one of the 12 sanctuaries, the test this time would have probably had only 1 elder presiding over it like usual. Ha ha ha, the ticket I bought this time is money well spent. If there are going to be 3 elders presiding over the test, I wonder how many people can pass the first round? Excitement filled the eyes of the spectators present as they looked at the 3 individuals standing in the middle of the stage. The first round of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's basic partnership was a screening process in which participants would be put up against the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's representative. After all, God's domain was a place where might was right. Without sufficient strength, one could accomplish nothing. So, those seeking to become official partners of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce needed to have sufficient strength. Of course, the bar of this initial screening wouldn't be set very high. In past tests, participants only needed to last 10 seconds against the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's representative. If they could survive 10 seconds, they would proceed to the second and final round, where they would compete with each other for the limited partnership slots supplied by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. However, unlike past tests where only 1 elder would preside over the screening, the test this time would be presided over by 3 elders. It went without saying that the initial screening's difficulty had increased significantly. Quick look. It's the Divine Glory List's world-breaking axe, Untold Paths. Crap, it really is him. If the world-breaking axe is here, there's no need to wonder who's going to come in first place this time. That's right. I heard that he single-handedly obliterated a 100-man Tier 6 team from the Origin conglomerate some time ago. Even if his stats are suppressed to the Tier 4 standard right now, who here can possibly go up against him? There was a middle-aged man with unkempt hair standing in the middle of the stage, and he carried 2 large axes that radiated a blue glow. When the spectators spotted this middle-aged berserker among the participants, their breaths became labored, and their faces became fanatical. It was as if they had just seen the god they revered. As the cries of surprise among the spectator stands grew louder, many of the participants present also took notice of the middle-aged man in question. The world-breaking axe. Sherfoam couldn't help but scrutinize the middle-aged man with messy hair. There were 3 ranking lists that the 7 Luminaries Alliance periodically published across the entire Greater God's domain, and they were the Luminous Glory List, the Sacred Glory List, and the Divine Glory List. Of these 3 lists, the first 2 recorded talents of the younger generation. Only the Divine Glory List was different. The Divine Glory List didn't document budding talents. It only documented established powerhouses. If one didn't have the strength to contend against Tier 6 gods, one couldn't even qualify for the Divine Glory List. Meanwhile, during Shurfeng's previous life, Untold Paths climbed to the 50th rank at his peak. Moreover, this was only after taking into account the old monsters that were no longer active on the public stage. If these secluded monsters were excluded, Untold Paths could easily rank among the top 10 of the Greater God's domain's active Tier 6 experts. Even as an individual, he was an existence that the various apex powers had to take seriously. While everyone's attention was on Untold Paths, a large group of players arrived at the arena's entrance. These players consisted of experts on the Luminous Glory List, experts on the Sacred Glory List, and participants with prestigious backgrounds. At this time, though, Every one of these individuals was walking alongside a young man clad in dark gray leather armor, all of their attention focused on the young man. Meanwhile, the instant this young man appeared, he instantly became the focus of everyone in the arena. Even the 3 elders responsible for presiding over the test couldn't help but take a look at him. So he's Abyss Water? The rumored, peerless paragon from one of the 12 sanctuaries? No wonder the Scarlet Merchant Alliance is willing to let him become one of its vice guild leaders. His presence alone is stronger than even Untold Paths. After seeing Abyss Water in person, I'm no longer sure who will be coming in first place in the test. As the young man clad in dark gray surveyed the arena like an emperor surveying his domain, both participants and spectators felt their souls shuddering. At the same time, many players present finally understood why the various Apex powers and pseudo-Apex powers coveted the 12 sanctuaries' peerless paragons so much, even if these individuals didn't have any amazing achievements. The feeling Abyss Water gave off was akin to a machine created for slaughter. Moreover, his gaze did not look like one that belonged to a youth, but an old monster who had lived for centuries already. It was incredibly sharp and penetrated deep into one's soul. Meanwhile, Xia Yingying couldn't help but frown when she saw Abyss Water stepping onto the stage. This was because standing next to Abyss Water wasn't just the participants of the upcoming test. There was also Wu Duanhen, whom Xia Qingying had ignored at the city's entrance. Currently, Wu Duanhen could be seen saying something to Abyss Water. In response, Abyss Water's expression fell by several degrees as he turned to look at Xia Qingying's group. These people have the nerve to mess with me? They must not know what death is. Abyss Water said, his chilly tone causing the surrounding players to shiver. The hostility shown by Abyss Water was apparent to everyone present. He also did not hold back his voice when he spoke. It was obvious he was indirectly hinting at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to do something about this matter. Those people sure are pitiful boss paths. With this, they probably won't even get past the first round. A hardy young man carrying a shield on his back said to Untold Paths, shaking his head as he looked at Xia Qingying's group. Many powers wished to befriend and recruit Abyss Water because of his status as a peerless paragon from one of the 12 sanctuaries. Even the Eternal Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be an exception. Pitiful? When Untold Paths heard the young shield warrior's words, he looked toward Xia Qingying's group of 4 out of curiosity, only to spot a familiar swordsman among the group. Immediately, he used a master-ranked identification skill on the swordsman, and the result greatly surprised him as he exclaimed, "It's him! Why is he here?" Him. When the young shield warrior saw the look of shock on Untold Path's face, he couldn't help but follow the other party's line of sight in confusion. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3407. Chapter 481, Silence. Chapter 3407. Chapter 481. Silence. Chapter 481, Silence. TL Notes. I made a misinterpretation in Chapter 478. Apparently, Shifeng's not replacing Xia Qingying in the group. He is joining the group as the 4th member. I have already made the necessary changes to Chapter 478, but they're too lengthy, so I won't be listing them here. If you don't want to reread Chapter 478, just note that Xia Qingying's group will be taking the test as a group of 4 instead, and the reason Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Qisha were surprised was changed from Xia Qingying letting Shifeng replace her to Xia Qingying reacting in delight to see Shifeng showing up. Don't you find that swordsman familiar? Untold Paths said to the young shield warrior, smiling, and his name, you should have heard it not long ago. I have. The young shield warrior took another look at the swordsman among Xia Qingying's group of 4. Then his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Black Flame! He is Black Flame! Not long before they arrived on Dark Star, the world-light conglomerate, the cross-realm conglomerate they belonged to, had issued a sky-high bounty to the conglomerate's executives. The bounty was worth a staggering 1 billion star coins, and the target was a swordsman named Black Flame. It should be known that a fortune of 1 billion star coins was something even heirs of conglomerates would covet. It was also a fortune that could make many experts on the divine glory list lose their minds. Yet this sky-high bounty wasn't for killing Black Flame. It was only for them to acquire Black Flame's contact information. Indeed, Black Flame's contact information was worth 1 billion star coins. Even those who were well-versed in the ways of the world, like Untold Paths, were stunned by this bounty, and they had to verify with the higher-ups whether there was a typo with the reward. It should be known that the life of an upper-ranking hegemonic powers vice guild leader was only worth around 200 million star coins. Even the head of Untold Paths, an expert on the Divine Glory list, was only worth 500 million. 1 billion star coins was already enough to have Untold Paths killed twice. Yet, the World Light conglomerate's core executives were willing to pay such a fortune just to obtain one person's contact information. Even as an executive of the World Light conglomerate, Untold Paths utterly failed to understand the core executive's thought process when he initially heard about the bounty. Only after one of the Grand Elders he had owed a favor had come to ask for his help on the matter did Untold Paths learn why the conglomerate was looking to get in touch with Black Flame. Apparently, it was because of an incident that the World Light conglomerate had taken part in the Eternal Realm. In that incident, the team led by the Red Dragon Nation's Vice Guild leader Fry had been caught in an encirclement formed by 4 conglomerates, 17 upper-ranking hegemonic powers, and over 50 saint-level experts from the Holy Race. Normally, it should have been the end of the road for Frey's team. Yet, a swordsman named Black Flame had safely brought the team out of the encirclement. It wasn't an exaggeration to call this achievement a legend. When Untold Paths heard of it, he had thought the Grand Elder was joking with him. However, irrefutable video evidence showed that Black Flame had accomplished it. On top of that, Black Flame was also suspected of helping Frey's team secure the first clear of the first-ever world Mode Team dungeon discovered. With such terrifying strength and the ability to conquer world Mode Team dungeons, one could say that Black Flame was the best partner for the World Light conglomerate in the Eternal Realm. There was no way the conglomerate's higher-ups would miss out on such an opportunity. Boss! Looking at Shifeng's distant figure, the young shield warrior stuttered in excitement. Shouldn't we go over and help him? That's a Bill. Black Flame we are talking about. What can we even do to help right now? Can you help them pass the preliminaries? Untold Paths rolled his eyes at the young shield warrior. Then, with a wry smile, he continued, Let's wait for the finals. When Abysswater makes his move, we'll beat him up for Black Flame. The young shield warrior nodded eagerly. Lord Abysswater, please rest assured. I have already informed the elders. You won't need to dirty your hands on those people. I guarantee the elders will give you an account, Wu Duanhen said with a flattering smile. If they don't kneel and apologize to you, they will face the wrath of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. In addition, once the participating talents and spectating powers learn of your importance to the Chamber of Commerce, I'm sure they will be more than eager to help you vie for the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leader position. They don't have to apologize to me. They just need to apologize to my friend, Abysswater said, nodding to Wu Duanhen's words. Naturally, Wu Duanhen couldn't help but feel excited when he saw Abysswater agreeing with him. I will personally tell them when the time comes. Normally, Wu Duanhen would never dare to have any thoughts of offending Xia Qingying because of her ties with one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's elders. But now, with Abysswater's backing, even if he made life miserable for Xia Qingying, the elder behind her wouldn't dare to say anything. Subsequently, time passed by quickly as the various participating groups stepped onto the stage one after another. To the audience's shock, over 70% of the participating groups failed to last even 10 seconds against the three elders, while 20% of the groups passed with 1 or 2 casualties, and less than 10% passed with all members intact. In past tests, at least 70% of the participating groups could enter the finals. Yet now, not even a third of the participating groups could do so. However, while this difficult test was bad news for the participating groups, it made for a thrilling spectacle for the spectators. Watching Untold Paths and Abyss Waters groups in action was especially exhilarating. Unlike others, these two groups did not have any foreign aid. Each group only had 3 members, and each member faced the 3 elders in one-on-one battles. The fights were incredibly intense, and it was especially so for Untold Paths and Abyss Waters fights. Untold Paths was like a god of war when he fought, pushing his opponent back by a step with every swing of his axe. Moreover, throughout the entire battle, Untold Paths only used one of his axes, never drawing his second one. As for Abyss Water, he was incredibly swift and elusive in his movements. He could split into over a dozen copies of himself at will. These copies were real yet fake. They were real when launching attacks and fake when taking attacks. If not for all of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's elders being saint-level experts, Abyss Water's opponent would have suffered greatly in their fight. After Abyss Water's group finished their test, it was Xia Qingying's group's turn to step onto the stage. The group of 4 immediately attracted the entire audience's attention as soon as they appeared on stage. Abyss Water had clearly expressed his anger toward Xia Qingying's group before the start of the preliminaries. Hence, there was no way the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's 3 elders would let Xia Qingying's group pass easily. They might even kill Xia Qingying's group in the very first exchange as a show of sincerity to Abyss Water. Everyone be careful. I doubt these 3 elders will make things easy for us, Xia Qingying reminded Shifeng and the others in a low voice. Xuanwu Qisha, an invincible swallow, remained surprisingly silent in response to Xia Qingying's reminder. They understood the severity of the situation, and they were watching the 3 elders' every move with utmost seriousness. Their group of 4 was a temporary one formed by 4 people who had never fought together before. Hence, the coordination between them was bound to be stiff. On the other hand, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's 3 elders were more than likely comrades in arms who had fought together on more than one occasion. At the very least, the 3's coordination was bound to be superior to their group of 4. Not to mention, all 3 elders were saint-level experts, and saints could exhibit much greater combat power when working together with other saints. Although the 3 elders had always chosen to fight separately when fighting the previous groups, it would be wishful thinking for them to assume that the 3 elders would do the same for their group of 4. Because of Abyss Water's issue, it was likely the elders would fight as a group. If they were not careful and were caught out of position, one of them might have to face the joint attack of 3 saints. Shortly after Xia Qingying finished speaking, a whistle sounded on the stage, announcing the start of the battle. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. To everyone's surprise, even until 10 seconds had passed and the whistle, signaling the end of the match, sounded, nothing happened. What's going on? Xia Qingying's eyes went wide with confusion as she looked at the 3 elders standing quietly across the stage, her mind failing to comprehend the situation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3408, Chapter 482, World Creation, Second Form. Chapter 3408, Chapter 482, World Creation, Second Form. Chapter 482, World Creation, Second Form. What? That's it. Can someone tell me what's going on? Wasn't the Eternal Chamber of Commerce supposed to deal with Xia Qingying's group? Why didn't the 3 elders just stand there without doing anything? Or are they planning to let Abyss Water handle them personally? There's no way, right? No matter how I look at it, I feel like the treatment Xia Qingying's group received from the three elders is much better than that of Abyss Water's group. They didn't even make a single move. Everyone was stunned when they saw how Xia Qingying's group got through the first round. Previously, everyone thought Xia Qingying's group was doomed, and the group's 4 members would have to be revived. But now, not to mention being revived, they didn't even have to lift a finger. The 3 elders simply stood still and did nothing until the end of the match. At this point, even Wu Duanhen, who had been brimming with confidence less than a minute ago, was dumbfounded. Could the 3 elders really be planning to let Abyss Water take care of matters personally? Confusion and disbelief filled Wu Duanhen as he looked at the 3 elders on the stage. It was obvious to all that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce valued Abyss Water very highly. After all, the Chamber of Commerce had gone as far as to increase the number of advanced partnership slots in the test this time. It should be known that the annual basic partnership test would usually only offer 1 advanced partnership slot. It had been the case for many years now. Yet, this time around, 2 advanced partnership slots were offered. This just goes to show how much the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's higher-ups valued Abyss Water. Given how highly the higher-ups regarded Abyss Water, the 3 elders could not possibly be unaware of this. Now that Abyss Water was looking to establish his authority by taking down Xia Qingying's group, this was a great opportunity for the 3 elders to do Abyss Water a big favor. Meanwhile, this favor would be especially valuable if Abyss Water could recruit sufficient experts and win sufficient support to become the next guild leader of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. Logically, the 3 elders should be more aware of this than Wu Duanhen. Yet now not only did they let Xia Qingying's group pass the preliminaries, but they had even done so by literally doing nothing. What exactly were they trying to achieve here? At this point, Abyss Water, who is standing nearby, also looks a bit solemn as he stares at Wu Duanhen and says in a slightly cold tone, "Administrator Wu, did you really inform the 3 elders properly? Are you playing me?" "Lord Abyss Water, I really did tell the 3 elders everything," Wu Duanhen said. Although he was filled with doubts, he still hurriedly tried to devise an excuse. "It's possible that the higher-ups want you to personally handle this matter in front of everyone, which is why the 3 elders let them pass the first round." "Fine, I'll deal with it myself." Abyss Water didn't say anything else. After all, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was still an apex power. It had a lot of influence, even in the 12 sanctuaries. Moreover, he wasn't the only peerless paragon to have come out of the 12 sanctuaries. Many others had done so as well. It just so happens that I'm looking to let the geniuses and paragons here know what kind of gap exists between them and me. Wu Duanhen breathed a sigh of relief at this. He was truly afraid Abyss Water would dig deeper. After all, he was only expressing his own thoughts, and he honestly had no idea what the 3 elders were thinking. On the other side, Xia Qingying and the others walked down from the battle stage, full of doubts, as they quietly waited for the 3 elders to announce the start of the second and final round. Of the group of 4, only Shifeng faintly felt the 3 elders' attention focusing on him for a moment. After a while, "Everyone, the preliminaries are over. Up next will be the finals," said the oldest elder, a level 219, Tier 6 Berserker, as he swept his gaze across the groups below the stage. "For the finals, all groups that have passed the preliminaries will be teleported to random locations on a battlefield. Your job is to fight and survive, and groups will be ranked based on the order they are eliminated. There are 2 advanced partnership slots and 8 basic partnership slots available in this test, and they will be given out to the top 10 groups in order of ranking. That means the last 2 groups standing will receive the advanced partnership slot. The round will last for half an hour, and the battlefield will continuously shrink throughout the round, so you won't have to worry about finding opponents. Now let the final round begin." As the level 219, Tier 6 Berserker Elder declared the start of the finals, over 30 qualified groups were forcibly teleported to a vast arena below the platform. The entire battlefield had a radius of 2,000 yards. For players with physiques and basic attributes at the level 120, Tier 4 standard, this size was neither too big nor too small. It was enough for 30-plus groups to fight without affecting other groups, but it also allowed other groups to quickly gather and fight in bigger groups. This setting made it so that players weren't tested just for their combat capabilities, but also for other factors, such as situational awareness. What a small world. You guys killed Solitary Madness at the city gate before, right? Looking at Xia Qingying's group, standing less than 100 yards from him, Abyss Water calmly said as if passing judgment, "Now, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Submit to me, apologize to my friend when you leave, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're the first to be eliminated from the test. In your dreams." Without hesitation, Invincible Swallow swung his wand and summoned 4 magic arrays for 4 Tier 4 curses under his feet. Seeing this, Xuanwu Qisha promptly charged toward Abyss Water, her body transforming like a moving streak of light as she closed in on the assassin. She did not intend to give the other party any opportunities to set up a sneak attack. At the same time, Xia Qingying raised her hand and created a holy barrier on all 4 members of their group. After doing so, she cast the Tier 4 hypersensitivity state and the Tier 4 divine reflection for Xuanwu Qisha, the former greatly enhancing the target's perception and the latter having the ability to reflect 1 magical attack. This left Abyss Water, who was just an assassin, with only the option of close combat against Xuanwu Qisha, a shield warrior. As a shield warrior, Xuanwu Qisha was naturally much stronger in terms of strength, endurance, and defense than an assassin of the same level. An assassin of the same tier would be committing suicide if they tried to face her in direct combat. Not a bad response. Even when Abyss Water saw Invincible Swallow, Xuanwu Qisha, and Xia Qingying attacking him together, he simply sneered in disdain. "It's a pity none of you understand mana." As soon as Abyss Water finished speaking, terrifying mana erupted from his body, instantly causing everyone within a 200-yard radius to feel as if their bodies had been submerged in a swamp. At the same time, a faint, illusory miniature world appeared, inhibiting the flow of mana in Invincible Swallow's 4 magic arrays and drastically reducing Xuanwu Qisha's speed. Subsequently, Abyss Wae swung the dagger in his right hand in the direction of Xuanwu Qisha, who was still over 30 yards away. When Xuanwu Qisha saw this, she instinctively raised her sword and shield to cover her front. Boom! Following a loud bang, Xuanwu Qisha was lifted off her feet and sent flying backward by several yards. Even when she landed and stabilized her posture, the sword and shield she wielded continued trembling uncontrollably. After just one exchange, it became apparent that Abyss Water was not at all inferior to Xuanwu Qisha in terms of strength. On the contrary, he was even leagues above her. And if Xuanwu Qisha had not used an absolute technique to deflect some of the force, her flight backward would have covered a minimum of 20 yards. Miniature World. How can he use World Creation's second form at Tier 4? Xia Qingying was greatly shocked as she looked at the illusory world that had formed around them. For players to use World Creation's first form at Tier 4, they would need to be at the standard of Saints at the very minimum. As for World Creation's second form, it was simply unheard of for players to use it at Tier 4. After all, even Tier 5 Saints had difficulty using it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3409. Chapter 483. Legendary Manabodies Might. Chapter 3409. Chapter 483. Legendary Manabodies Might. Chapter 483. Legendary Manabodies Might when Abyss Water unleashed his miniature world. Both the players on the battlefield and the spectators outside were shocked by the scene before them. Incredible. This is simply incredible. So, This is how strong the 12 sanctuaries, peerless paragons, are. The second form of world creation. Many Tier 6 magical class experts can't even reach this realm. Yet he managed to do it as a Tier 4 assassin. Crap. If he can use world creation's second form at Tier 4, isn't he practically invincible in the finals? When everyone saw the illusory world that had appeared on the battlefield, emotions of envy, admiration, and worship filled their eyes. It was especially so for the magical class experts present. They couldn't help but wish they could burn the sight of Abyss Water's miniature world in the depths of their minds. For most expert players, just achieving world creation was already their lifelong limit. As for casting the second form, it was a technique exclusive to Saints. Even so, the supposed minimum requirement for Saints to achieve world creation's second form was to reach Tier 5. This was because the mana body of a Tier 4 player was incapable of providing enough mana to support world creation's second form. Yet, at this moment, Abyss Water had cast world creation's second form with the stats of a level 120. Tier 4 player. Seeing this, everyone present couldn't help but wonder exactly how powerful Abyss Water's mana body was. Was it an advanced epic mana body? Or could it be a legendary mana body? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xia Qingying, Invincible Swallow, and Xuanwu Qisha quickly halted their offensive and took a defensive stance as soon as they saw Abyss Water's miniature world. "Are we not going to help Boss Paths?" the young shield warrior belonging to Untold Paths group asked when he saw Untold Paths suddenly stopping. Now that all of us are suppressed to the Tier 4 standard, he's essentially invincible on this battlefield, Untold Paths said, his eyes flashing with a trace of frustration. "Unless he dismisses his miniature world, it won't matter how many bodies we throw at him. All of us will die." Most of the players present had probably seen miniature world creation's second form, in action a few times thus far. This might even be the first time for some players. Hence, their understanding of it would naturally be limited. However, it was a different story for Untold Paths. As an expert on the Divine Glory list, Untold Paths had fought many opponents who were capable of casting miniature worlds. So he knew exactly how tricky it was to fight against an opponent like Abyss Water. Once a player's world creation reached the second form, they could turn the ambient mana around them into a part of their mana, and this came with many benefits. For starters, they could also extend their attack range by a significant margin. Besides that, they could increase their maximum mana capacity. They could also improve their destructive power and physique. Most importantly, world creation's second form would have a drastically stronger mana suppression effect toward enemies. Unless the opponent could similarly use world creation's second form, they shouldn't consider using any ambient mana around them once caught in a miniature world. When fighting someone capable of using world creation's second form, if one could not similarly cast a miniature world, their only option was to fight through super long-range attacks and turn the fight into a battle of attrition. After all, even world creation's first form already took a lot of mana to maintain. Needless to say, the cost of maintaining world creation's second form would only be even more frightening. The problem was that everyone on Darkstar was suppressed to the level 120, Tier 4 standard. Meanwhile, Tier 4 players had very limited ways to attack from a great distance. Not to mention, the battlefield only had limited space for players to maneuver around, and it was even shrinking as time passed. With Abyss Water's capabilities, he could easily reach every corner of the battlefield in the blink of an eye, so it would be impossible to keep their distance from him. As expected of Abyss Water, even a Divine Glory expert like Untold Paths dare not get close to him. Outside the battlefield, Wu Duanhen watched the clash between Abyss Water and Xia Qingying's group with great excitement. Now that he had latched onto Abyss Water's ship, the stronger Abyss Water was, the greater his position in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would become in the future. Meanwhile, the ability to use world creation's second form at Tier 4 was undoubtedly an incredible feat even among Eternal's Grand Elders. Most likely, only a few could replicate it. On the battlefield, Xuanwu took a deep breath and said in a low voice through the team chat, I have a way to push him back once, and only once. As soon as it happens, use the opportunity to get out of his miniature world. Your taboo skill may not be enough, so let me help you, Invincible Swallow quietly said. I can trap him for a very brief period. Rather than knock him back, try to land a fatal blow. All right, you trap him, and I'll finish him. Xuanwu nodded without hesitation. However, right after their brief conversation, Abyss Water's figure suddenly blurred for an instant. Not good. That was a doppelganger. Although Abyss Water's figure had returned to looking solid, Xuanwu still noticed the brief change, deduced the cause for it, and promptly warned the others. However, Xuanwu warning came a moment too late. Before Invincible Swallow could react, he heard Abyss Water's voice suddenly coming from behind him. Did you all really think I'd be foolish enough to confront you directly and abandon an assassin's advantage? Without warning, Abyss Water had appeared behind Invincible Swallow like a ghost with two blood-red daggers held in a reverse grip. Then he brought the weapons down onto the suppressed Tier 6 Mage God's back. Even though Invincible Swallow's brain was already alerted to Abyss Water's attack, his body couldn't keep up with the assassin, who was empowered by his miniature world. Clang! A crisp metallic collision reverberated and echoed in the hearts of Invincible Swallow and Xia Qingying, who stood beside Invincible Swallow. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Abyss Water's two blood-red daggers did not sink into Invincible Swallow's back. Instead, they stopped 3 inches short of reaching the Mage God's back, their descent hindered by a blue longsword. You can keep up with my speed. Abyss Water looked at the owner of the blue longsword, surprise and disbelief in his eyes. Aside from Abyss Water, Invincible Swallow and Xia Qingying also could not believe what they were seeing. Setting aside whether a Tier 4 swordsman could keep up with a Tier 4 assassin's speed, simply the fact that Sherfone could match Abyss Water's power was already mind-blowing. After all, the power Abyss Water could exert with the help of his miniature world was not something most Tier 4 players could withstand. Take Xuanwu, for example. Had her class not belonged to the tank category, Abyss Water would have incapacitated or killed her when she previously blocked his attack. The combination of a tank class and a shield granted Xuanwu incredible durability. If she blocked an attack with her shield, she could mitigate 80% of the attack's impact and reduce the damage she received to a great extent. Not to mention, Xuanwu wasn't just an ordinary shield warrior. She was also the owner of the Divine Warrior class, a unique class. When it came to tanking damage, she was significantly stronger than ordinary shield warriors and guardian knights. Yet, even under such circumstances, Xuanwu was still sent airborne and knocked several yards away. This was an indicator of the terrifying, offensive power Abyss Water possessed. In response to Abyss Water's surprise, Sherfone calmly said, "You're not that fast, though." Arrogance. Abyss Water snorted and promptly tried to use his exclusive absolute technique, Divine Dance. He developed the technique by combining an offensive absolute technique and an absolute body technique. It was his signature move, and its offensive capabilities were no different than that of a true gold combat technique. However, just as Abyss Water was about to swing his daggers, he suddenly felt a dense mana emanating from Sherfone. Then, what happened next shocked him. Mana. Why can't I manipulate mana? TL notes. The power, term I've used in this chapter, is a representation of strength plus other bonuses. As world creation / mana doesn't directly increase the numerical value of the strength stat, I felt that it would be inaccurate to say that so-and-so has great strength. FYI, uppercase strength represents the strength stat in God's domain, while lowercase strength represents overall strength. Also, strength, power, force. The author uses for a lot of things, so I can never be sure what he is referring to unless he specifically mentions strength attribute. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3410, Chapter 484, Invincible. Chapter 3410, Chapter 484, Invincible. Chapter 484. Invincible, what's going on? Why can't I sense any mana? As soon as Sherfong spread his mana, all players within a 300-yard radius involuntarily shuddered. Some even felt fear. It was no exaggeration to say that mana was the most familiar existence to players in God's domain. Starting from Tier 0, players had to constantly perceive and manipulate mana until they mastered their own mana. Then, once they became more proficient at these two things, they would start learning how to handle the mana around them. Meanwhile, the experts on the battlefield. Every one of them had long since ingrained the ways of perceiving and using their own mana and ambient mana into their bones. Of course, it wasn't as if the players present had never experienced staying in an environment without mana. However, the battlefield they currently stood on clearly wasn't one such environment. On the contrary, mana was present in such abundance that it had already taken a solid state. Yet, they could not perceive it. It was as if the thing their eyes were seeing wasn't mana, but something else entirely. No. Why can his mana domain cover such a large range? We are on Dark Star right now. Even an expert like Abysswater can't extend his miniature world beyond 200 yards. Yet this guy is covering 300 yards. That's not all. I can feel my own mana getting eroded as we speak, and I'm having trouble even manipulating it. The players present within the area covered by Sherfeng's mana quickly noticed its peculiarities. Meanwhile, Abysswater, who stood closest to the source of this mana, noticed these peculiarities even more clearly. What did he do? Abysswater was greatly confused as he looked at Sherfeng. Heavy. His body had become incredibly heavy. However, this heaviness was unlike standing in a high-gravity space. While standing in Sherfeng's mana domain, Abysswater felt as if countless hands had latched onto him and were pulling him down. So long as he tried to move, a powerful opposing force would act on his body. But what really puzzled him was his inability to manipulate any of the mana around him. As a result, he could no longer keep his miniature world extended, and he could only keep it covering the surface of his body. This situation was simply unbelievable. This was undoubtedly the first time he had experienced his miniature world getting suppressed to such an extent. Not even the Tier 6 gods he had encountered in the past could accomplish such a feat, however. Abysswater wasn't the only person feeling surprised right now. Sherfeng, the cause of Abysswater's predicament, was similarly surprised, though he was surprised for an entirely different reason. World creation's second form truly is powerful. Sherfeng was secretly amazed when he saw Abysswater still being able to maintain his miniature world. Even with a legendary mana body and level 6 mana affinity, the best I can do is suppress his miniature world. None of my mana can invade his body and erode his mana. Before reaching level 6 mana affinity, Sherfeng was still unaware of how powerful a legendary mana body's mana was. He simply thought of it as quantitative upgrade to an advanced epic mana body, and that it would only be better at suppressing other players' mana. Of course, even if it was only a quantitative upgrade, it was already plenty impressive as it allowed him to match the mana of Tier 5 players even when he was only at Tier 4. However, after upgrading his mana affinity to level 6, he finally realized the true power of a legendary mana body. With his amazing mana pool, not only could he easily suppress his opponents, making it impossible for them to manipulate their mana, but he could also use mana to enhance his strength to a terrifying extent. This was also why, even with both their stats suppressed to the level 120, Tier 4 standard, Sherfeng was able to kill Solitary Madness, one of the top 10 experts on the Luminous Glory list, in one move. However, Sherfeng stayed surprised for only a moment. Immediately afterward, he swung the Winter of Eternal Night and sent a tsunami of fire at Abysswater. Second Sword, Holy Devour. With the enhancement of Sherfeng's powerful mana, the raging flames of Holy Devour were able to cause cracks in Dark Star's rigid space. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me. After glancing at the tsunami of flames, Abyss Water instantly transformed his 2 daggers into hundreds of blood-red threads. Then he cast these threads toward Sherfong as if he was casting a fishing net, every one of these threads easily cutting apart the space in their path. Is the Scarlet Merchant Alliance insane? It took out one of its most prized possessions just to recruit a peerless paragon from the 12 sanctuaries. Standing nearby, Xia Qingying's face turned pale when she saw the sight of Abyss Water's daggers transforming into hundreds of scarlet threads. The Scarlet Threads. They were a set of legendary weapons, and they ranked among the top legendary weapons. At one time, the set of daggers even used to be among the 7 Luminaries Alliance's legendary weapon list, a record of the top 100 legendary weapons that existed in the Greater God's domain. Throughout history, the Scarlet Threads were used by 2 of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Divine Glory experts. With the dagger set in hand, those 2 experts could single-handedly slay Tier 6 gods. Meanwhile, a big factor contributing to the Scarlet Threads was the attached skill, 1,000 Blood Blades. Not only did this skill grant players the ability to transcend tiers, but it was also unstoppable. At this time, it wasn't just Xia Qingying who noticed Abyss Water was wielding the Scarlet Threads. Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Qisha also recognized the legendary dagger set as well as the infamous 1,000 Blood Blades. It looks like they'll perish together, Invincible Swallow silently lamented. An attack composed of hundreds of projectiles was something even veteran saints could not dodge completely. When the past 2 owners of Scarlet Threads wielded the daggers, even Tier 6 saints had fallen to this move. His death won't be in vain, Xuanwu Qisha thought, a hint of admiration appearing in her eyes as she looked at Sherfong. Abyss Water was an expert capable of using World Creation's second form at Tier 4. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible among Tier 4 players of the same level. So, the fact that Abyss Water was forced into using a trump card like 1,000 Blood Blades just showed how formidable of an opponent Sherfong was. When everyone thought Sherfong and Abyss Water would perish together, Sherfong suddenly took the initiative to meet the oncoming Scarlet Threads. Logically, it should be impossible for any Tier 4 player to evade hundreds of attacks at a time. Yet, Sherfong appeared to be the master of this space as his figure constantly flickered back and forth in midair, traveling at speeds even faster than players using instantaneous movement. This, in turn, made it impossible for the Scarlet Threads to catch him. First step, stepping space. In the blink of an eye, Sherfong had passed through the hundreds of threads and stood directly in front of Abyss Water. Moreover, before Abyss Water even realized it, the blue longsword in Sherfang's hand had already inserted itself into his forehead, causing his HP to plummet. A gold combat technique? Abyss Water stared at Sherfong in disbelief. He wanted to say something, but no words could come out of his mouth as HP had already reached 0. Then his vision turned gray, and his body collapsed outside his control. Subsequently, the entire arena fell into an unprecedented silence as everyone, even those still fighting on the battlefield, froze in place. Nobody could utter a word as they stared at Abyss Water's corpse. Just a moment ago, everyone believed that Abyss Water, a monster capable of using World Creation's second form at Tier 4, would be invincible on the battlefield. Yet now this invincible existence had fallen to a single strike from a Tier 4 swordsman. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3411, Chapter 485, Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Decision. Chapter 3411, Chapter 485, Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Decision, Chapter 485. Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Decision, Boss. What exactly did Black Flame just do? The young shield warrior standing next to Untold Paths couldn't help but ask as his eyes focused on Abyss Water's corpse. Shouldn't 1,000 blood blades be an unstoppable attack? Also, how can Black Flame move so flexibly in the air? Shouldn't it be impossible for players to fly on Dark Star? While saying so, the young shield warrior turned to look at Shurfong, confusion filling his eyes as he watched the swordsman sheath his weapon. None of what just happened made sense to him. 1,000 blood blades was a well-known skill in the greater god's domain. When the two previous owners of the Scarlet Threads wielded the dagger set, they had slain countless experts using the 1,000 blood blade skill. Although Abyss Water was currently limited to the level 120, Tier 4 standard, any one of his several hundred Scarlet Threads could easily kill a Tier 4 player of the same level. Not to mention, with an expert like Abyss Water manipulating the Scarlet Threads, it should be utterly impossible for any Tier 4 player to evade the threads completely. Even more astonishing was Shurfang's ability to move in the air. After all, it should be impossible for players to fly in Darkstar, as it was a force setting. At most, players could jump and stay suspended in the air for a brief moment. Yet, Shurfang had stayed in the air throughout the entire time he was dodging the Scarlet Threads and closing the distance on Abyss Water. Most likely, he has mastered a gold combat technique. A gold body technique at that. Untold Paths said after a deep breath. But I've never seen such a gold body technique in the guild's archives before. He's a golden master? The young shield warrior's breathing became a little labored. Anyone who mastered a gold combat technique was known as a golden master and considered an apex existence in the greater god's domain. Even apex powers would try their best to recruit golden masters, as they were a source of great power. Golden masters had also become a measure of strength for the various realms to gauge the strength of an apex power, and the more golden masters an apex power possessed, the stronger it would be considered. Meanwhile, among experts who had mastered gold combat techniques, those who had mastered gold body techniques were somewhat special. Firstly, gold body techniques existed in scarce numbers, and so were the people who had mastered them. Secondly, experts who had mastered gold body techniques were almost invincible against opponents of the same tier out in the fields. This was because they could run or fight whenever they wanted. No wonder the higher-ups want to get in touch with him. With such strength, he can conquer and occupy territories in the Eternal Realm with ease. When Untold Paths deduced that Shurfang might have mastered a gold body technique, a new realization quickly dawned on him. Although experts who had mastered gold body techniques were not as useful as those who had mastered offensive and defensive gold combat techniques in dungeon raids, they were extremely powerful in outdoor PvP situations and stronghold sieges. Now that the Eternal Realm's various powers still lacked access to their full capabilities, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a golden master who had mastered a gold body technique was nigh invincible in the Eternal Realm. Of course, it would be under the precondition that said golden master was going up against opponents of the same level, tier, and equipment standard. While Untold Paths and the young shield warrior were quietly conversing among themselves, Xia Qingying, Invincible Swallow, and Xuanwu Qisha quickly came to their senses. You really know how to hide your cards, Vice President Xia. How did you even manage to find such an expert? Invincible Swallow looked at Xia Qingying and couldn't help but say, a golden master who had mastered a gold body technique ranking only 963rd on the Luminous Glory list? This might as well be the joke of the century. At this time, even Xuanwu Qisha couldn't help but admire Xia Qingying's capabilities. So long as a golden master reached tier 6 and obtained sufficiently good weapons and equipment, their debut into the Divine Glory list was basically guaranteed. Moreover, they would have a very high ranking. Meanwhile, not even pseudo-apex powers would dare think of inviting such an expert to work for them. Yet, not only did Xia Qingying dare to do so, but she had even succeeded. Don't spread this news, Xia Qingying awkwardly reminded Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Qisha. Xia Qingying didn't intend to correct Invincible Swallow's and Xuanwu Qish's misunderstanding. This was because even she herself was surprised by this revelation. It should be known that Shi Feng was formerly an expert who could barely stay in the miniature ancient world's God-ranked expert list. Never could she have imagined such a person could have such terrifying strength. Naturally, Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Qisha nodded to express their understanding. The current Green God Corporation was not united at heart. Many people were eyeing Xia Qingying's position. In such a situation, Shi Feng would undoubtedly become one of Xia Qingying's trump cards in the future. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng killed Abysswater, none of the other groups on the battlefield dared to pick a fight with Xia Qingying's group of 4, choosing only to fight among themselves. Ultimately, Xia Qingying's group won first place without suspense, while Untold Path's group won second. This outcome was completely different from what everyone expected at the beginning of the test, so the atmosphere in the whole arena turned incredibly tense. Xia Qingying is in big trouble. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce has gone out of its way to prepare an extra advanced partnership slot to win over Abysswater. Yet, Xia Qingying's group not only eliminated Abysswater, but they even took an advanced membership slot for themselves. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce must be fuming over this matter right now. They're very bold, I'll give them that. Interests come above everything else for the various powers in God's domain, and to defy the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's interests takes a lot of courage. But isn't that swordsman named Black Flame suspected to have mastered a gold combat technique? I doubt even the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would want to offend someone like him, right? You would think so, but that's only the case for other powers. This is the Eternal Chamber of Commerce we're talking about, not to mention Golden Masters. Eternal probably owns more than one divine artifact. Do you think it would be afraid of an expert who's only suspected of having mastered a gold combat technique? When the test results came out, the players on the spectator stand promptly engaged in a quiet discussion. While it was true that the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was an apex power that took a somewhat aloof stance in the greater God's domain, the organization was still subject to various interests. Even if the Eternal Chamber of Commerce didn't take any drastic measures immediately out of consideration for its reputation, the apex power probably wouldn't let Xia Qingying's group have a good time on Darkstar later. This was also something Xia Qingying was very concerned about. The 12 sanctuaries predated the current greater God's domain, and many myths and secrets are circulated within them. Some of these secrets were even tied to the mysterious primordial gods. Many upper-ranking hegemonic powers and cross-realm conglomerates desperately wished to gain a foothold in the 12 sanctuaries, but only a few could actually achieve this wish. Even for Tier 6 experts, entering the 12 sanctuaries was an extremely difficult task. Now that her group had disrupted the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's plans, if the organization took the offense to heart, the consequences would be unbearable for her group. However, after the test ended, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's attitude surprised everyone. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the 3 elders of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce wore friendly smiles as they awarded Xia Qingying the authority of an advanced partner. They even took the initiative to remind Xia Qingying that she was now qualified to visit the Dark Star Auction House's 200th floor and beyond, which was where players could get in touch with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's inner circles. After the award ceremony, "Elders, are we just going to let them go like this?" Wu Duanhen asked with a puzzled face as he looked at the 3 elders who had just stepped down from the stage. Xia Qingying's group has eliminated Lord Abysswater and even got a free advanced partnership. If we don't do anything about this, Eternal will become a laughingstock for the various powers. Laughingstock? Who dares to laugh at us? The leading elder coldly said as he looked at Wu Duanhen. And since when did you think you could represent the Eternal Chamber of Commerce? Also, why would you think the extra advanced partnership slot is for Abysswater? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3412, Chapter 486, Taboo Slayer, Chapter 3412, Chapter 486, Taboo Slayer, Chapter 486, Taboo Slayer, it's not. Wu Duanhen was shocked. Anyone who worked at the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would know that the organization was all about profits. So long as there were sufficient benefits to be had, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce could even disregard its reputation. Abyss Water was not only a peerless paragon in the 12 Holy Realms, but also a vice guild leader of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, a pseudo-apex power. He was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the extra advanced partnership slot. Out of everyone participating in the test this time, Wu Duanhen found it hard to imagine anyone else who could bring the Eternal Chamber of Commerce more benefits than Abyss Water. Little Wu, in light of your past performances, I can make an exception and tell you that the extra advanced partnership slot was prepared for Xia Qingying, the leading elder said as he called up an intelligence report. I have a detailed report on why this is the case that I can show you, but once you see it, you can't continue staying on Dark Star anymore. Do you want to see it? Prepared for Xia Qingying? How is that possible? Wu Duanhen was dumbfounded when he heard the elder's words. He felt that the elder was playing a joke with him, but then again he knew that the elder in front of him would never play jokes, so he gritted his teeth and said, I want to see it. Even if I've failed, I want to know why. Suit yourself. Have a look, then, the leading elder said as he shared the report with Wu Duanhen. Remember not to share it with others. You'll know the consequences if you get discovered. I understand. Wu Duanhen nodded and promptly began scanning the report before him. Impossible! Wu Duanhen exclaimed after a while, his face turning extremely pale. This was because the report's focus was on none other than Black Flame, the person who had killed Abyss Water. The intelligence report recorded many astonishing pieces of information regarding Black Flame, and any of these could easily cause a stir among the various powers should they be leaked. The part where the Paimon conglomerate suspected there to be an expert, rivaling primordial gods standing behind Black Flame was especially unbelievable. Yet, no matter how unbelievable it might seem, there was irrefutable evidence showing that Black Flame had the assistance of an expert capable of repelling an ancient god in the World Passage. This information was incredibly stimulating news, even for the various apex powers. However, compared to the information the Eternal Chamber of Commerce uncovered, even the news of Black Flame potentially having a primordial god-level expert backing him was insignificant. The Taboo Slayer, Black Flame actually knew someone who could potentially be the Taboo Slayer. Now you understand why the higher-ups prepared an advanced partnership slot for Xia Qingying, right? The leading elder calmly asked as he looked at Wu Duanhen. However, despite how calmly the elder spoke, it was still possible to hear a hint of excitement in his words. Yes, I understand now. Abyss Water's defeat was just, Wu Duanhen said with a bitter smile. Even if it is only a suspicion, the Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly side with Xia Qingying. The Taboo Slayer's existence was known to only a handful of powers throughout the entire Greater God's domain. In fact, not even the 7 Luminaries Alliance knew about the Taboo Slayer. As an internal member, nurtured by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce since childhood, Wu Duanhen was somewhat privy to the Taboo Slayer's information. There were 22 monsters that should never be provoked in the Greater God's domain. They were existences even primordial gods and apex powers were helpless against. In the public's eyes, these 22 monsters were essentially taboo-like existences. However, only a handful of powers knew that there were, in reality, 23 such monsters, not 22. Only the 23rd monster had previously inhabited one of the 12 sanctuaries, so very few people knew about its existence. Meanwhile, that 23rd monster was killed by a mysterious swordsman, and those who knew about this swordsman's feat came to call her the Taboo Slayer. It was a title with a simple meaning. It meant that the owner of this title could slay the greater gods, domains, taboos. The several powers that learned of this news promptly blocked all information from spreading. As it happened, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was one of these powers. As for why they did so, it was also simple. The news was too shocking, and it might lead to a great upheaval in the greater god's domain. After all, a player had slain a monster that even the primordial gods could do nothing about. Even apex powers wouldn't be able to sit still on this news, let alone upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers. However, later on, the Taboo Slayer suddenly disappeared from God's domain for some reason, and nobody knew where she had disappeared all these years. The only record left about the Taboo Slayer was that she was a stunning woman with long, light blue hair wielding a sword with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. And when this woman went on the offensive, her strikes were as fast as lightning. Back when the Taboo Slayer had accomplished the unprecedented feat of slaying a taboo, one of the experts who had witnessed the spectacle from afar had tried to replicate her swordsmanship. In the end, he created a technique called Void Annihilation, and it was currently ranked 26th among the 99 absolute techniques. Void Annihilation had power comparable to that of gold combat techniques. With the help of this technique, the expert in question ended up winning the championship of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's A-League. Aside from that expert, one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's experts also tried to replicate the Taboo Slayer's swordsmanship and ended up developing a gold combat technique. And because of this achievement, said expert was instantly promoted into a Grand Elder. Even to this day, the location of the battle between the Taboo Slayer and the 23rd Taboo was kept under lockdown by the several powers. From time to time, these powers would also send some of their talented swordsmen to get a feel of the battlefield and hopefully gain some enlightenment. Meanwhile, in the battle at the World Passage, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce coincidentally discovered someone who looked strikingly similar to the Taboo Slayer, the glimmering sword Laura Crater. Abysswater was indeed a powerful and influential expert. Not only was he a peerless paragon of the 12 sanctuaries, but he was also a vice guild leader of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. However, compared to the Taboo Slayer, he was nothing. So, the moment Xia Qingying chose Black Flame to become one of her helpers, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had already chosen to give Xia Qingying an advanced partnership slot. As for Abysswater, he was never within the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's consideration. Inside the Dark Star Auction House, a luxurious and spacious elevator the size of a basketball court was currently making its way up the skyscraper. As the floor count on the elevator's display kept increasing, a mixture of anticipation and unease filled Xia Qingying. Although the Eternal Chamber of Commerce recruited many partners every year, if one wanted to truly reach the greater god's domain's apex, one must enter the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's inner circles. This, in turn, meant that one had to be qualified to enter the Dark Star Auction House's 200th floor and above. Starting from the 200th floor, transactions between players would be strictly based on a barter system. More specifically, legendary weapons would become the standard currency for trading, and every transaction would involve at least one legendary weapon, and sometimes even fragmented divine artifacts, exchanging hands. On very rare occasions, a transaction could even determine the rise or death of an entire world. You don't have to be nervous, Qingying. You have already received Eternal's recognition now that you've become an advanced partner. Not only are you qualified to enter the floors above 200, but you can also bring others with you, a graceful middle-aged man with a graying beard said to Xia Qingying with a smile. But I honestly didn't expect you to become not just an ordinary partner, but an advanced partner in such a short time. I should have Weilon learn from you more. Weilon is still young, Uncle Yanhua. She became one of the top 100 experts on the Sacred Glory list not long ago, and now she has also become the Blaze Conglomerate's first successor. I fared much worse than she did when I was her age, Xia Qingying humbly said to the elegant middle-aged man. Also, I could only become an advanced partner thanks to my friends. It wasn't just my own efforts. Although the Blaze conglomerate was not as powerful as the Galaxy conglomerate, it was still a conglomerate on par with the Paimon conglomerate. Meanwhile, even a bottom-rank successor in the Blaze conglomerate wielded much greater strength and authority than a vice president of the Green God Corporation. That girl never gives me any peace of mind, Yanhua said, shaking his head. Rather than talk about that headache, let me tell you more about the 200th floor and above. Stepping onto the 200th floor is no different than stepping into a new world. The environment you will come across is completely different from what you can find below the 200th floor. The items you can come into contact with are also beyond your imagination, particularly today. Today's auction is probably the biggest one the Dark Star Auction House has hosted in recent years. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3413, Chapter 487, 7 Cities, 4 Towers, 3 Absolutes. Chapter 3413, Chapter 487, 7 Cities, 4 Towers, 3 Absolutes. Chapter 487, 7 Cities, 4 Towers, 3 Absolutes, the biggest auction in recent years. Xia Qingying's interest was piqued when she heard Yan Hua's claim. Are you saying there's going to be a fragmented divine artifact up for auction? Even though she wasn't an official partner of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce before today, she had visited the Dark Star Auction House numerous times in the past. However, due to her limited clearance, she could only participate in ordinary auctions held below the 200th floor. Meanwhile, according to Yanhua, the auctions on the 200th floor and above involved transactions of legendary weapons or top-tier legendary equipment at the very minimum. This was not something she had ever seen taking place below the 200th floor. If today's auction could be regarded as the biggest auction in recent years, it meant that a fragmented divine artifact, which was known to occasionally appear in auctions held on the 200th floor and above, was likely to appear. When Xia Qingying mentioned the words fragmented divine artifact, Invincible Swallow and Xuanwu Qisha also showed signs of excitement. Only the Dark Star of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce can offer players a worry-free trading experience without the fear of being tracked. If players could get their hands on a fragmented divine artifact, they could undergo a qualitative transformation that no legendary weapon or legendary equipment could provide. It was especially so if a Tier 6 player acquired one, as they would be able to unleash the fragmented divine artifact's full potential. Don't be too hasty. Yanhua faintly smiled when he saw Xia Qingying's excited expression. Of course there won't be any fragmented divine artifacts for sale. Even the various Apex powers treated these items like their babies, so there's no way they would just casually take one out to sell. If it's not a fragmented divine artifact, what is being auctioned? Xia Qingying grew even more curious. In response, Yanhua chuckled and quietly asked, "Have you all heard of the Eternal Realm?" Xia Qingying nodded. She was very familiar with the Eternal Realm as she had done a lot of research on it. If not for her not knowing the Eternal Realm's exact location, she would have long traveled there already. My sources tell me that many things from the Eternal Realm will be available for auction this time. These things include the various towns' properties, Yanhua patiently explained. Even the rumored secret treasure will be available for auction. Secret treasure? Xia Qingying, Invincible Swallow, and Xuanwu Qisha's eyes lit up when they heard this. Invincible Swallow even took the initiative to ask, "Uncle, is it the rumored treasure that can enhance mana protection?" "Yes." Yanhua nodded. "That's the thing. How many star coins will it cost?" Invincible Swallow asked excitedly, "Or what kind of weapon or equipment can be used to exchange for it?" Xia Qingying and Xuanwu Qisha also pricked up their ears when they heard Invincible Swallow's question, clearly interested in how the secret treasure would be sold. "What are you thinking about, young man?" Yanhua glanced at Invincible Swallow and said, seriously, That is a treasure that only drops in world mode dungeons. Do you think you can buy it with star coins? You can also forget about trading weapons and equipment for it. Unless, of course, you are planning to bid with a fragmented divine artifact. While there are many legendary weapons and equipment on the market, there is only a pitiful number of such secret treasures in existence for now. From what I heard, Fry from the Galaxy conglomerate had to owe a huge debt of gratitude and pay an astronomical price just to protect the secret treasures in her possession. Can you imagine the value of these secret treasures? Invincible Swallow fell silent when he heard this, as did Sherfong. But don't be too disappointed, young man, Yen Hua said with a slight smile. I heard that this auction will be settled exclusively in eternal coins. As long as you have enough eternal coins, you can buy the secret treasure. Invincible Swallow was rendered even more speechless when he heard Yen Hua's follow-up words. After all, only players currently present in the Eternal Realm could obtain eternal coins, while others could only buy from these players. It should be known that Xia Qingying was one of the earlier players to start purchasing eternal coins. She had also hired players in the Eternal Realm to farm for eternal coins. Yet, even until now, she had only accumulated several eternal gold coins. If even Xia Qingying had little success, it went without saying that he, who was only an elder of the Green God Corporation, had fared even worse. Meanwhile, Sherfong couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised by Yan Hua's revelation. If the transaction could be settled using eternal coins, he might be able to get in on some of the action. As Yan Hua continued to explain the auction rules, the elevator eventually stopped on the 210th floor. The auction venue on the 210th floor could accommodate up to 10,000 people. Currently, though, the place was packed, and if not for Yan Hua having reserved a VIP room ahead of time, they might not even have had a place to sit. The auction participants were either representatives of conglomerates or executives of upper-ranking hegemonic powers. It was normally difficult for players to see even one of these individuals, but now they were everywhere. The auction had already been ongoing for some time when the group arrived, and the Eternal Realms town properties were currently being auctioned. Meanwhile, without exception, every property was bought at an overpriced price. Even a shop in a small town's outer area could go for 10 eternal gold, while shops in the town center could go from anywhere between 20 to 30 eternal gold. When Sherfong saw this, he instantly lost interest in participating in the auction. In his opinion, any town property players could get their hands on in the current Eternal Realm should not be worth more than 3 or 4 eternal gold. After all, players in the Eternal Realm currently only had access to towns situated on level 140 maps. In a few more days, the player population in these towns would plummet as everyone moved to higher-leveled locations. Unless these towns were situated near high-value resource nodes, their properties would quickly lose value. Meanwhile, a fortune of 20 eternal coins was already enough to buy a piece of prime real estate in the central area of an NPC city. Some time later, up next will be the star for today, the beautiful auctioneer on stage said, pausing for a moment. This next auction will be a special auction. The next auction item is not a town property, but is something related to the upcoming neutral NPC city, the Crystal City of Secrets. Upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction, the audience held their breath in anticipation. Previously, the town properties sold throughout the auction was of little economic value. The various powers were only buying these properties to prepare a place for their soon-to-arrive Tier 6 armies, to familiarize themselves with the Eternal Realm's environment and occupy parts of the Eternal Realm. But it was a different story for a neutral NPC city. That would be a place necessary for players to move around in the Eternal Realm. It was a place players could live in regardless of how high of a level they reached. The Crystal City of Secrets? Sherfong was also shocked as he looked at the holographic city model displayed on stage. In the previous life, there was a common saying in the Eternal Realm that had spread across the entire Greater God's domain. 7 cities, 4 towers, and 3 absolutes. The 7 cities and 4 towers referred to the 11 most populated places in the Eternal Realm, while the 3 absolutes referred to 3 peerless players. Meanwhile, these 11 locations and 3 individuals could rival an entire realm in a literal sense. Among them, the Crystal City of Secrets was one of the 7 cities. It was also known as the Secret Treasure Mine. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3414. Chapter 488. One-Man Conglomerate? Chapter 3414. Chapter 488. One-Man Conglomerate? Chapter 488. One-Man Conglomerate? Crap. This Crystal City of Secrets is amazing. It even comes with a natural underground secret land, as expected of the Dark Star Auction House. Even though our conglomerate's members are operating near that city, none have managed to discover the city thus far. But this city truly is impressive. With a secret land that has a level range of 120 to 200, players won't even have to step out of the city to grind for levels. It also means that the value of the city's lands and shops will only increase with time. The audience grew breathless from excitement as they read the Crystal City of Secrets general information provided by the auction house. Members of the various conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers were especially excited. The future value of the Crystal City of Secrets was apparent even to fools. Particularly, once the Eternal Realm's location in the Greater God's domain was discovered and large numbers of players swarmed into the Eternal Realm, the city's value would skyrocket. After all, the value of a city's properties increased along with the number of players gathered in the city. By the way, I have something to tell everyone. The beautiful auctioneer on the stage smiled as she looked at the excited crowd. I'm sure everyone present has already heard about the secret treasures obtained from the recently conquered World Mode Team Dungeon, right? Well, as it so happens, the monsters in the Crystal City of Secrets, underground Crystal Palace, also have a very small chance of dropping secret treasures. As soon as the auctioneer announced the news about the secret treasures, the atmosphere in the auction hall changed instantly. If before the hall's atmosphere was enthusiastic, now it was like the calm before the storm, and the whole venue had become extremely quiet. However, this kind of quiet only lasted for 2 seconds. I'm buying it. Whatever you're selling, no matter how much it costs, I'll buy it. Secret treasure. I must have one of those secret treasures. Quickly, contact the higher-ups and have them prepare more funds. Buy every Eternal coin that's available on the market right now. The Eternal Chamber of Commerce must be crazy. Why didn't they announce such important news ahead of time? How am I supposed to get enough Eternal coins now? The entire audience went crazy as they looked at the Crystal City of Secrets holographic projection on the stage. Even Yan Hua and Xia Qingying could no longer sit still, both using every connection they had to source more Eternal coins. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was rendered speechless when he saw how the auctioneer had riled up everyone's emotions. Unlike everyone else present, Shi Feng knew that the auctioneer was withholding information. It was true that the Crystal City of Secrets, underground Crystal Palace, dropped secret treasures. However, players looking to enter the underground Crystal Palace had to pay a hefty price to do so. More specifically, they had to pay a significant amount of Eternal coins and 7 Luminaries crystals. Moreover, the entrance fee would change depending on the player's level. The higher a player's level, the greater the fee they would have to pay. As an example, if a level 200 player tried to enter the underground Crystal Palace, they would have to pay a fee of 10 Eternal Gold and 1,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Furthermore, once inside, players could only stay for a maximum of 3 days. And should they die inside, they would lose their chance to raid the secret land and could only enter again after a 4-day cooldown period. The cost and risks involved in raiding the underground Crystal Palace were utterly unbearable for most players in the current Eternal Realm. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on for a moment. I haven't finished yet, the beautiful auctioneer said to calm the crowd. As I mentioned before, this is a special auction in that you don't have to pay on the spot. Instead, we will need your help in completing a quest that requires a large number of eternal coins. The starting bid for this auction is 100 eternal gold, with a deposit of 10 eternal gold. Once you win the bid, should you fail to pay the promised amount in time, your deposit will be confiscated. The auctioneer paused for a moment to let the audience process her words. Then she continued, "However, should you pay the promised amount, you will receive 5 underground palace emblems after we complete the quest. These emblems are epic-ranked items that passively let wearers gain noble status in the Crystal City of Secrets. Besides that, they also have 2 active abilities. The first ability allows the wearer to open a portal to the underground Crystal Palace from anywhere in the Eternal Realm. You can also return to the location where you entered from. The cooldown time for this ability is 1 day. The second ability has to be used inside the underground Crystal Palace, and it allows the wearer to open a portal to any of the palace's zones that are under level 150. With this ability, you won't have to waste your 3-day time limit in the secret land traveling across the level 120 zone. If none of the distinguished guests present have any objections, let the auction begin." As soon as the auctioneer finished introducing the auction item and auction rules, the faces of the audience members turned even more frenzied. "I bid 120 gold. None of you here should even think of competing with me. I bid 150. I'll fight anyone who tries to outbid me. Move out of the way. I'm the vice guild leader of Flaming Bee, and I bid 200 gold. Anyone who outbids me will be making an enemy out of a pseudo-apex power." While the Crystal City of Secrets lands and shops were valuable, there was a prerequisite to purchasing them. One needed to be a noble of the city. Meanwhile, to do so meant acquiring enough reputation points. This was an arduous process that even the conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers had a headache dealing with. Now, though, they could directly purchase noble status in the city. This was far more valuable of an opportunity for the various powers than purchasing any land or shop directly. After only a short moment, the auction price had increased from the starting bid of 100 eternal gold to 240 eternal gold. Even the galaxy conglomerate's wealthy fourth princess would be astonished by the vast fortune being thrown here. With 240 eternal gold, one could buy at least a dozen properties in the Eternal Realm's NPC cities. Yet now such a fortune was being used to purchase only 5 epic-ranked emblems. Damn it, these people are crazy. Does Flaming Bee have to bid 260 gold just for a couple of emblems? Yan Hua cursed, frustration filling his eyes as he looked at the only 80-odd pieces of eternal gold coins in his hand. Flaming Bee has many experts in the Eternal Realm, Uncle Yan Hua. They've also offered sky-high prices to attract coin farmers to help them. We stand no chance against them, Xia Qingying said in an attempt to soothe Yan Hua's frustration. Rather than focus on the emblems, let's think about how we will compete for the secret treasures coming up next. You're right. Yan Hua calmed down a little bit, quickly understanding that a pseudo-apex power like Flaming Bee was completely outside of the Blaze Conglomerates League. However, just when the two were about to give up, a low voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "It's still too early to give up. If you two are willing to cooperate with me, I can win this auction and give each of you an emblem afterward. What do you think?" Xia Qingying and Yan Hua both turned to Shifeng in surprise. It was especially so for Yan Hua. In his eyes, Shifeng was just another one of Xia Qingying's followers, and without her, Shifeng wouldn't even be qualified to enter here. "I'm not trying to doubt you, young man, but do you understand the value of 260 eternal gold coins?" Patiently, Yan Hua explained, "Even if we recklessly bid and win the auction now, we'll only end up losing 10 eternal gold later if we can't pay up. Or are you saying you can guarantee we can afford to pay the bill afterward?" "Guarantee." Shi Feng couldn't help but smile at Yan Hua's words. Subsequently, he took out the deeds to the properties he had recently bought in the Lightless Fortress and asked, "Will these deeds be enough?" Yan Hua initially remained skeptical when he heard Shi Feng's response, so he simply took a quick look at the deeds with a carefree heart. However, upon seeing the content of the deeds, he was greatly shocked. A level 160 fortresses property, and 4 of them as well. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3415. Chapter 489. Initial Partnership. Chapter 3415. Chapter 489. Initial Partnership. Chapter 489. Initial Partnership properties of a level 160 fortress? Upon reading the deeds, Shi Feng shared. Yan Hua wasn't the only one to react in surprise. Xia Qingying, who was familiar with Shi Feng's situation, was similarly stunned. Currently, all of the Greater Gods domain's major powers were seeking a way to establish themselves in the Eternal Realm. However, thus far, even upper-ranking hegemonic powers have only managed to secure a small number of properties in the Eternal Realm. Moreover, every one of these properties belonged to level 140 towns. In terms of value, these town properties were vastly inferior to a fortress's properties. This was because, while towns could act as rest and transfer points for merchant caravans, they did not come equipped with an airport. Due to environmental factors, even Tier 5 players could not fly in the Eternal Realm. Hence, if current players wished to travel great distances quickly, their only option would be to head to the nearest fortress and use the airport there. This, in turn, made fortress properties incredibly valuable. The fact that fortresses existed in small numbers and earning reputation points in these fortresses was incredibly challenging and only made their properties even more valuable. Currently, even the most inconspicuous property in a level 140 fortress could sell for roughly 4 or 5 prime real estates of a level 140 town. If it was a property situated near the fortress's airport, its value would automatically double. As for the properties of a level 160 fortress, not even the various pseudo-apex powers had gotten their hands on one thus far. Yet, Shi Feng had brought out 4 properties belonging to a level 160 fortress. Moreover, all 4 properties were situated near the airport. "Where did you find this person, Vice President Xia?" Invincible Swallow quietly asked Xia Qingying. Shi Feng's display of strength just now was already plenty astonishing. However, even that achievement would become insignificant compared to the 4 deeds Shi Feng just brought out. Although Invincible Swallow wasn't currently present in the Eternal Realm, he could still tell how valuable the Eternal Realm's fortress properties were going by the audience's behavior in this auction. So, he knew that a level 160 fortress's properties were definitely outside the reach of someone like him. In fact, even Yan Hua, a member of the Blaze Conglomerate's board of directors, was unlikely to have access to such properties. Xia Qingying glanced at Invincible Swallow and slowly said, "Would you believe me if I said I found him from the miniature ancient world? What do you think?" Invincible Swallow rolled his eyes at Xia Qingying. The Eternal Realm was a gathering of major powers, many of which surpassed the likes of the Green God Corporation. Meanwhile, the miniature ancient world was merely a subsidiary world of the Green God Corporation's homeworld. How could a big shot like Shi Feng possibly come from there? "Suit yourself," Xia Qingying nonchalantly said. She didn't take their conversation seriously since she never expected Invincible Swallow to believe her to begin with. Only, the gaze she used to look at Shi Feng had subtly changed after this revelation. While Xia Qingying and Invincible Swallow whispered to each other, Yan Hua took a deep breath and solemnly looked at Shi Feng. He no longer looked at Shi Feng as another one of Xia Qingying's followers, but as an equal instead. "I admit that you have convinced me, young man," Yan Hua said with interest. "Tell me, what kind of partnership do you have in mind?" Yan Hua's willingness to cooperate did not surprise anyone present. With those 4 golden properties, Shifeng could easily win this auction by himself. There was no need for him to collaborate with others. Simple. After putting away the deeds, Shifeng calmly said, "I have a way for us to secure enough eternal gold after the auction. However, in exchange for sharing my method, after deducting the amount required to pay off the auction, I want 70% of the remaining total profit, while Vice President Xia will take 10%. Although Shifeng could win the bid by selling the Lightless Fortress's properties, he would also lose access to 4 money printing machines. He would be losing out significantly in the long run. After all, the 100 Eyes Canyon's value was no less than the underground Crystal Palace to players. Yet, he currently lacked the ability to make a large amount of eternal coins by himself. To do so, he would need to partner with someone well-connected. Meanwhile, upon hearing Shifeng's words, Xia Qingying couldn't help but look at the man in surprise. Originally, she thought that she would be fortunate if she could obtain even one of the underground palace emblems. She didn't expect to also get a share of the business proposal Shifeng was making. Moreover, her share was half of that of the Blaze conglomerates. It should be known that the Blaze conglomerate was leagues above the Green God Corporation. If not for her being acquainted with an elder in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, she would have never gotten the opportunity to meet a big shot like Yan Hua. "Do I only get 20%? Yan Hua frowned slightly. "Young man, if I'm not mistaken, you're planning to use Blaze's connections to make money in the Eternal Realm, right? I'm not trying to boast, but even among the powers here, few are as well-connected as Blaze. Don't you think 20% is too little?" Hearing Yan Hua expressing his dissatisfaction, Xia Qingying thought of giving up her own share of the profits. After all, it was a fact that her presence in this transaction was negligible. However, before Xia Qingying could speak, Shifeng got ahead of her and said, "You are correct, Mr. Yan. I do need the Blaze conglomerate's connections in the Eternal Realm." After a slight pause, Shifeng continued, "But even without the Blaze conglomerate's connections, I can still implement the method I mentioned regardless. I might not make as much, but it will still be a sizable sum. The Blaze conglomerate, on the other hand, would have lost significant profits and an opportunity to establish a foothold in the Crystal City of Secrets ahead of others. The Blaze conglomerate might not be as powerful as the Galaxy conglomerate in the Greater God's domain, but it was superior to the Galaxy conglomerate when it came to the roots it had spread across the Eternal Realm. Even the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would be amazed if it got to see the full extent of the Blaze conglomerate's forces in the Eternal Realm. It was also why the Blaze conglomerate managed to establish a powerful foundation for itself during the Eternal Realm's early stages and grow into a pseudo-apex power during the later stages. Meanwhile, Shifeng's words left Yan Hua speechless for a moment. "Okay, I accept your offer." Seeing the increasingly intense bidding for the underground palace emblems, Yan Hua ultimately chose to concede. "But we have to establish the God's domain contract now." Yan Hua ended his words with a huff. In the past, he had only ever seen others begging the Blaze conglomerate for a partnership. Some of these people even included individuals with great renown in the Greater God's domain. Yet when it came to Shifeng, the young man had left him feeling utterly defeated. Anyone with a properly working brain could determine the underground Crystal Palace's importance. If the Blaze conglomerate could get its hands on the underground palace emblem, even if it was just one, it would be enough to let the conglomerate secure a stable foothold in the Crystal City of Secrets ahead of the various other powers. Unfortunately, the Blaze conglomerate wasn't in a position to bargain with Shifeng for more benefits. After all, while Shifeng had the option of partnering with other powers to win the underground palace emblems, the Blaze conglomerates only had Shifeng as an option for a partner in this endeavor. Naturally, Shifeng faintly smiled. In reality, had Yan Hua insisted on asking for more shares, Shifeng was already prepared to give the Blaze conglomerate an additional 10%. After all, The Blaze conglomerate's connections in the Eternal Realm were vastly superior to the average conglomerate. If he wanted to get in touch with a power of similar caliber, it would take him a lot of time to do so. In no time, Shifeng, Yanhua, and Xia Qingying signed a three-way God's domain contract. According to the contract stipulations, any party that violated the contract's terms would not only lose all their personal possessions in God's domain to the other contract parties, but they would also permanently lose access to God's domain. It was an extremely harsh penalty. Just you wait, you little brat. After signing the contract, Yanhua secretly smiled. Let's see how you'll beg me for help once you get to the Crystal City of Secrets. At that time, I'll teach you how to respect your elders. As the Crystal City of Secrets was one of the few NPC cities currently discovered in the Eternal Realm, many powers sought to establish a foothold in it. After learning of the city's whereabouts, Yanhua already knew there would be at least 3 pseudo-apex powers moving into the city. With these 3 titans based in the city, even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would have difficulty surviving there, let alone individual players. While Shifeng was finalizing his partnership details with Yanhua and Xia Qingying, the bidding in the auction venue continued, and the price kept on climbing to new highs. I bid 290 gold. I bid 300 gold. When the vice guild leader of Flaming Bee shouted his bid of 300 eternal gold with bloodshot eyes, the whole auction venue fell silent, as this price had already exceeded the budget of most of the powers present. Only a few powers were still busily contacting other powers, hoping to join forces for one last bid. After waiting a moment and seeing no new bids being made, the beautiful auctioneer raised the gavel in her hand, intending to start the first of the last 3 calls. However, before her gavel could hit the bell in front of her, a low and plain voice suddenly came from one of the VIP rooms in the venue. 500 gold. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3416. Chapter 490. City Maps Unlocked. Chapter 3416. Chapter 490. City Maps Unlocked. Chapter 490. City Maps Unlocked. The plain voice coming from the VIP room elicited a gasp from everyone in the auction hall. 500. Is this person crazy? That's already enough money to buy 1 or 2 legendary weapons. Could it be an Apex Power successor? Everyone in the audience looked up at the VIP room on the 2nd floor, each guessing who could be inside and possess such terrifying wealth. The Dark Star Auction House's VIP rooms had a privacy function preventing others from seeing the situation inside. So long as a VIP room's guest did not choose to let others see the state of their room, they would be shielded from the prying eyes of others. This was one of the safety measures taken by the Eternal Chamber of Commerce to protect its guests. Damn it! Which Apex Power is standing in my way? The vice guild leader of Flaming Bee's face turned red with anger and frustration as he looked at the room where the latest bid came from. Flaming Bee might be a pseudo-Apex Power, but the price of 500 eternal gold coins was already way beyond its budget. At this stage of the Eternal Realm, only Apex Powers could possibly afford to spend 500 eternal gold on a single investment. Meanwhile, the voice of the person who made the bid obviously came from a young man. However, there was no way any ordinary young man could have 500 eternal gold lying around. Even the average executive of an Apex Power would not have the authority to spend 500 eternal gold. So, the only logical conclusion was that the young man was the successor of an Apex Power. Realizing this, Flaming Bee's vice guild leader had no choice but to swallow this defeat. After a short surprise, the beautiful auctioneer on the stage couldn't help but look at the VIP room on the 2nd floor and softly ask, "Esteemed guest, are you sure you want to bid 500 gold?" Even if the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had announced the sale of the Underground Palace emblems ahead of time, it would have been highly unlikely for the emblems to sell for a fortune of 500 eternal gold. This was because there were far too few players in the Eternal Realm right now, making it difficult to earn Eternal coins. Although there was the option of purchasing Eternal coins from other players using real-world resources, there were many powers frantically seeking to purchase Eternal coins at a high price. As a result, even Apex powers could only get their hands on a limited amount of Eternal coins. At this time, though, the audience and auctioneer weren't the only ones surprised by this bid. Even Yan Hua and Xia Qingying, who sat in the VIP room where the bid came from, were greatly surprised. 500 G. 500 Eternal gold coins. Even if they sold all their possessions in the Eternal Realm, they couldn't come up with such a fortune. Yes, I am bidding 500 gold. Can you start the countdown now, Miss Auctioneer? Shifeng casually asked. Of course. The beautiful host laughed awkwardly and immediately began the bidding process. 500 gold going once. 500 gold going twice. 500 gold going thrice. Congratulations to the guest in room number 5 for winning the partnership opportunity for the Crystal City of Secrets. As the auctioneer announced the end of the bidding, the whole auction hall was once again shocked. Not only because the 5 epic emblems were sold at a sky-high price, but more so because of how Shifeng had placed his bid. Is this the strength of an Apex power? Flaming Bee's Vice guild leader really has bad luck coming across an Apex power successor. I wonder which Apex power that person comes from. As expected of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, even the successors of other Apex powers are drawn to do business with it. It's a pity we cannot get to know this person. Many of the youths seated on the first floor's audience seats were only attending this auction for the sake of experience. When these youths saw the conclusion of the auction lot, they couldn't help but turn around to look at the second floor's VIP room, number 5, their eyes full of awe and admiration. An Apex power. There were only a very small number of Apex powers in the Greater Gods domain, and these powers stood at the very pinnacle of the game. Even a pseudo-Apex power like Flaming Bee could only keep its head down in front of these Apex powers, as competing against any Apex power would mean grave consequences. However, while the auction hall's first floor was in an uproar, the atmosphere in the second floor's VIP room, number 5, was somewhat strenuous. Guild leader Black Flame. Yan Hua's face was livid as he looked at Shifeng, his eyes full of disbelief. That's 500 Eternal gold we are talking about. While placing such a bid might stop Flaming Bee from putting up a fight, we can't come up with such an amount. Even if we sell all 4 of your properties, how are we supposed to make up for the rest? Xia Qingyuan nodded in agreement. She felt that Shifeng had gone overboard with his bidding. After all, this was the liquidity of 2 pseudo-Apex powers they were talking about. 2. Even if they pooled all of their manpower and resources together, they couldn't even come close to matching 1 pseudo-Apex power, let alone 2. I admit that 500 gold is a significant amount, Shifeng said, nodding as he turned to look at Yan Hua and Xia Qingying. Then he calmly continued, but if we proceed according to my plan, it should not be difficult for us to earn 500 gold. Not difficult. Yan Hua was momentarily rendered speechless. According to the auction house's conditions, they had, at most, 3 days to complete the payment. In other words, they needed to earn 500 Eternal gold coins in 3 days. Not even Apex powers could necessarily guarantee they could earn so many Eternal coins in such a short period. Anyway, just follow my plan. If it's not enough, you can use my properties as collateral. Shifeng didn't bother to go into the details. Instead, he simply assigned Yan Hua and Xia Qingying the task of collecting as many earthen magic flowers as they could. The earthen magic flower was not a rare herb. It could be found everywhere in the Eternal Realm. However, if Shifeng had only himself to rely on, he would only be able to collect a very limited amount. After all, he had to travel from town to town by himself. He'd be fortunate if he could buy out the earthen magic flowers of 2 or 3 towns before players discovered the herb's importance. However, it was a different story for Yanhua and Xia Qingying. They had hired many experts across the Eternal Realm, so they could collect earthen magic flowers from many more towns than Shifeng could. Meanwhile, the Holy Race players' sphere of activity wasn't limited to just one region in the Eternal Realm, but everywhere in the Eternal Realm. So long as human players and Holy Race players started to fight out in the fields, the price of earthen magic flowers would skyrocket. There also wouldn't be a need to worry about the herbs falling. After all, while earthen magic flowers might be ordinary herbs, they still needed time to regrow. Moreover, the earthen magic flower was a herb unique to the Eternal Realm. So even after players outside the Eternal Realm arrived, there wouldn't be a sudden influx of the herb. Although Yanhua and Xia Qingying were skeptical about Shifeng's plan, they followed his instructions nonetheless and began collecting earthen magic flowers in bulk after leaving Dark Star. They bought the herb at a unified price of 1 eternal copper for every 10 earthen magic flowers. They also offered the option of exchanging real-world resources for earthen magic flowers. This created an opportunity for resellers to make a small profit, which in turn encouraged more players to gather earthen magic flowers for Yanhua and Xia Qingying. As for Shifeng himself, he didn't idle around either. After leaving Dark Star and returning to the Eternal Realm, he promptly rode the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon to the 3 nearest towns. Then he spent his 2 remaining Eternal Gold coins to purchase earthen magic flowers in large quantities. While Shifeng was stockpiling earthen magic flowers, news that excited all players and powers in the Eternal Realm spread. The maps for the various NPC cities were finally unlocked. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3417. Chapter 491, Flower Frenzy. Chapter 3417. Chapter 491. Flower Frenzy. Chapter 491. Flower Frenzy Brothers. Charge. The entrance tokens to Blood Hell City will be ours. All teams split up and report any regional bosses you find right away. We must not let players from other powers get to these bosses. The guild leader has promised a reward of 100,000 star coins to whoever gets an entrance token. With the unlocking of the various city maps, the various powers operating in the Eternal Realm frantically mobilized their teams to level 150+ maps housing NPC cities. Even independent players couldn't help but make their way to these city maps, hoping to get their hands on a city token. NPC cities were much rarer in the Eternal Realm than NPC towns, with there being only 1 city for every 10 or so towns. NPC cities were also transportation hubs that connected various parts of the Eternal Realm, and players of all levels needed to enter NPC cities regardless of their level to develop and live in the Eternal Realm. Therefore, the land and shops in NPC cities were suitable for long-term holding, and players wouldn't have trouble reselling them at high prices. Not to mention that there were far more opportunities in NPC cities than in NPC towns. Meanwhile, the sooner a player entered an NPC city, the greater their chances of obtaining these opportunities. Simply put, NPC cities were crucial for players and powers to secure an advantage in the Eternal Realm. It was especially so for the various powers. In the greater God's domain, NPC towns did not have the ability to let guilds establish guild residences. Only NPC cities did. For a power to develop quickly, a guild residence was crucial. 1. With a guild residence, a guild's members could enjoy various guild benefits and special treatment in the city the residence was in. This, in turn, would make guild members more cohesive. If a guild had a guild residence, expert players would also be more willing to join it and contribute to the guild's growth. Silverfrost City, Green God Corporation's branch headquarters. Aren't we being a little too reckless, Vice President? Lu Win, dressed in work clothes, asked Xia Qingying in concern when she read the report on the latest batch of earthen magic flowers they bought. Not only have we spent all of our eternal coins purchasing earthen magic flowers, but we have also traded away many resources. After this latest purchase, our forces in the Eternal Realm can't even afford to replenish their consumables. If we can't resell these earthen magic flowers, our plans in the Eternal Realm will be ruined. Thus far, they have already collected for 31 million earthen magic flowers across 60-plus towns in the Eternal Realm. In order to collect this amount, they had to spend all of the eternal coins they had accumulated and even mortgage more than 10 properties in a second-tier city. If they couldn't sell these earthen magic flowers, all of the efforts they've made in the Eternal Realm would have been for naught. After all, earthen magic flowers were common in the Eternal Realm, and it was normally difficult to even sell them in small quantities, let alone a whopping 31 million. We don't have a choice. 500 eternal gold is no small amount. If we don't have enough earthen magic flowers, it could become a big problem later, Xia Qingying said. However, even she couldn't help but be dubious of Shifeng's plan. After all, even though the various city maps were now unlocked and the various powers and independent players were madly scrambling for entrance tokens, it remained to be seen that demand for earthen magic flowers would increase. At the same time, Yanhua was also under great pressure. Yanhua had similarly amassed a massive stockpile of earthen magic flowers. More specifically, he had collected a total of 6 million earthen magic flowers. He had basically utilized all of his connections and authority in the Blaze conglomerate to collect this common herb from all over the Eternal Realm. Currently, because of his massive acquisition, the prices of earthen magic flowers have indeed increased. Initially, it was 1 eternal copper for 20 earthen magic flowers. Now it was 1 eternal copper for 12 earthen magic flowers. However, even then he would still make a humongous loss if he sold his earthen magic flowers at such a price. Eternal Realm, Blood Hell Mountain Range. Amidst the vast mountains covered in a faint, blood-red mist, a team of several dozen players was resting beside the corpse of a level 152 legendary boss. These players were all Tier 5 players, and their levels were all above 144. Many of these players were also 5th floor experts, and they were led by Moro, the 7th Vice Guild leader of the Red Dragon Nation. In addition to the legendary boss's corpse, there were also hundreds of player corpses in the area. Among these player corpses, some belonged to human players, while the rest belonged to Holy Race players. Lord Moro, our scouts have found another batch of Holy Race teams rushing towards us. We must leave here quickly, the Wind Saint Desert Web said as he approached Moro, who was in the middle of looting the boss. Damn those lunatics. How many of them are there? Moro's face turned gloomy when he heard the news. Can't those who have been resurrected fight normally yet? Competition in the city maps was far more intense than Moro expected. Not only did he have to compete against other powers, but he also had to face the troublesome Holy Race players. To make matters worse, anyone killed by a Holy Race player would be put in an unstable mana state after getting resurrected, making them unsuitable for combat. In less than half a day, nearly half of the several thousand players he mobilized into the Blood Hell Mountain Range had been put out of commission. This situation would greatly impact his ability to compete for Blood Hell City's entrance tokens. Not yet. Whether it is those resurrected using resurrection spells or those resurrected at the nearest town, nobody can get rid of the unstable mana status, Desert Web said, shaking his head. Based on the research of our guild's Grandmaster Alchemists, I'm afraid the only way to get rid of the status is by taking mana stabilizers. In that case, why aren't those alchemists making more mana stabilizers? Frowning, Moro commanded, if they're lacking recipes, just buy them above market price. I want those out of commissions ready for combat as soon as possible. In response to Moro's command, Desert Web revealed an awkward expression as he said, the Alchemy Association sells the recipe for mana stabilizers, so we have no trouble getting it. But the main ingredient, earthen magic flowers, is now out of stock in the market. Out of stock? Moro was surprised. Isn't the earthen magic flower a basic herb? How can it be out of stock? When those alchemists realized that mana stabilizers were our only solution, they promptly tried to buy more earthen magic flowers. You can say that we bought out every earthen magic flower that was within our reach. But for some reason, the flowers are in short supply right now, and we only managed to purchase a couple hundred. We can only make a little over 100 bottles with that amount, Desert Web explained. It might not sound like a lot, but we can already be considered lucky. I heard other powers are willing to pay 1 eternal copper coin for 1 earthen magic flower, yet they didn't manage to buy even 10 earthen magic flowers. Damn it! Someone is definitely hoarding the flowers. Morrow frowned. But I won't let these people rip us off so easily. Since we can't get any from Scott Town, we'll buy them in other towns. I refuse to believe we won't be able to find any. Then I'll have some people go to other towns immediately. Desert Web nodded. At the same time as Morrow acted, the various powers operating in the Blood Hell mountain range similarly started trying to buy earthen magic flowers from other towns. However, the result they all got was surprisingly consistent. Out of stock. TL notes, 1 guild residence. I am not sure if this is supposed to be guild residence. The Ross used, which translates to guild stronghold/base. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3418, Chapter 492, Terrifying Wealth. Chapter 3418, Chapter 492, Terrifying Wealth. Chapter 492, Terrifying Wealth. Silver Frost City, Green God Corporation's branch headquarters. Vice Guild Leader, the guild leader of Three-Tailed Eagle, suddenly contacted us, saying he wants to buy some earthen magic flowers from us. He's willing to buy them at 1 eternal copper per flower. He is even willing to negotiate if you aren't satisfied with the price, Lu Wen excitedly reported to Xia Qingying as she entered the office. The Three-Tailed Eagle was an upper-ranking, hegemonic power in the Starlight Realm. It was also one of the several dominant powers in the Silver Frost City. Normally, it would be impossible for them to even see the vice guild leaders of the Three-Tailed Eagle. Yet now, Three-Tailed Eagle's guild leader was personally contacting them. It seems he has quite the sensitive ears. I guess we can sell him some as a favor, Xia Qingying said, smiling. But we can't sell him too many. Tell him that we can only sell him 10,000 flowers, and that we use for the rest. Understood. Lu Wen nodded. After Lu Wen left the office, Xia Qingying carefully reviewed the communication records from Dark Star. Among them were vice guild leaders and guild leaders of upper-ranking hegemonic powers and executives of conglomerates. All these people contacted her, hoping to purchase earthen magic flowers. Meanwhile, every one of them offered to purchase the flowers for more than 1 eternal copper per flower. No wonder he didn't look worried. He can easily make over 1,000 eternal gold from this endeavor, let alone 500. Xia Qingying couldn't help but be amazed and impressed by Shifeng's capabilities as she looked at the list of communication records before her. Personally, Xia Qingying considered having several dozen eternal gold coins as already being wealthy beyond measure. After all, this was roughly how much an upper-ranking hegemonic power operating in the eternal realm currently possessed. Yet now, Shifeng had so easily earned over 1,000 eternal gold. Even she, who would only receive a 10% cut of the profits, could still earn over 100 eternal gold. This fortune was already enough to rival the wealth of pseudo-apex powers. Meanwhile, in a certain VIP lounge in the Dark Star auction house, Old Yen, you are too much. We've been friends for so many years. Yet, now that you've struck a gold mine, you don't even want to sell me 1,000,000 earthen magic flowers? It's not like I'm refusing to pay you. An imposing man who looked to be in his 40s and wearing the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's Vice Guild Leader emblem, said indignantly as he looked at Yanhua. Shoo, 1,000,000 earthen magic flowers? You might as well rob me. Not even my precious daughter has asked me for so many?" Yan Hua said as he gave the imposing man a look of disdain. 5 million. That's the most I can sell you. Also, it's going to cost you 600 gold. No negotiations. Deal. 5 million it is. You sneaky old bastard. What kind of luck do you have to have collected so many earth and magic flowers? I bet you're going to make a fortune this time, the imposing man said. Then he begrudgingly transferred 200 eternal gold to Yan Hua and continued, "This is a deposit. I'll pay the remaining 400 gold within 3 days. A fortune? Yan Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the imposing man's comment. Indeed, Yan Hua had made a profit, but it was only a paltry amount compared to Shifeng's share. At this time, Yan Hua deeply regretted not asking for 10 or 20% more previously. It should be known that he had collected over 30 million earthen magic flowers. Going by current market conditions, he could easily earn 3,500 eternal gold from reselling them. After factoring in the flowers Xia Qingying collected and deducting the cost of the flowers and the 500 eternal gold they needed to pay for the auction, 10% of the profits could easily amount to 300 eternal gold or more. That was already comparable to the liquidity of an entire pseudo-apex power. As time passed, and the intensity of battles between human players and holy race players in the various city maps continued to increase, the price of earthen magic flowers reached 3 eternal copper per 2 flowers on the second day of the city map's activation. Even Shifeng was surprised by the soaring demand for earthen magic flowers. He only had his stall open in Pharos Town for less than half an hour, yet he had already sold more than 200,000 earthen magic flowers, receiving 36 shiny eternal gold coins. But even more astonishing were the profits made by Yan Hua and Xia Qingying. In just one day, they had already raised 500 eternal gold, completed the auction transaction, and received the 5 underground palace emblems. Personally, Shifeng had earned more than 800 eternal gold through a dark star transaction, and with the eternal gold coins earned from selling earthen magic flowers, he now had a mind-blowing wealth of 903 eternal gold. No wonder those alchemists in the past managed to secure so many properties, with some even having as many properties as hegemonic powers. Shifeng fell into a daze as he looked at the eternal coins in his bag. A fortune of 903 eternal gold was something even apex powers could not take out in the current stage of the eternal realm. He could buy an entire street in an NPC city with such wealth. Even if it was a large NPC city like the Crystal City of Secrets, he could afford to purchase 20 to 30 properties with this amount of money. If handled correctly, the income these properties generated could make even upper-ranking hegemonic powers feel envy. But Shifeng soon shook his head and gave up these temptations. "I initially thought I wouldn't have a chance, but now I can probably give it a try," Shifeng thought, excitement coloring his eyes. Certainly, the various NPC city shops and lands were of great value. It was especially so for the shops and lands of the Crystal City of Secrets, one of the Eternal Realm's future 7 great cities. But owning a mere 20 or 30 shops in the Crystal City of Secrets was far from enough if one wanted to develop a power in the Eternal Realm. While the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates might not be as wealthy as he was right now in the Eternal Realm, it should be known that their forces were scattered across the Eternal Realm's various regions and developing in unison. Their progress in the beginning might be slow, but as time passed, their development rate would only become faster and faster. At one point, simply the influence and trade channels they had in the various towns and cities would be enough to bring them tremendous wealth to surpass the income those 20 or 30 shops in the Crystal City of Secrets could generate. Not to mention, Shifeng could only make a fortune because he had taken advantage of the Holy Race's invasion. After this, there would no longer be any more opportunities to make such a fortune. If he wanted to continue to make a lot of money, he would have to follow in the footsteps of those powers in the previous life and pay a fortune to by an NPC Cities transportation firm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3419. Chapter 493, Golden Party? Chapter 3419. Chapter 493, Golden Party? Chapter 493, Golden Party? If I buy the Crystal Cities transportation firm, I wonder if the brilliant sky temple of my past life will go crazy. Shi Feng was filled with complicated feelings as he looked at the underground palace emblem in his hand. The Eternal Realm was a unique existence in the greater God's domain. Unlike other realms that were already well developed, the entire Eternal Realm was still in its infancy. There existed no kingdoms or empires in the Eternal Realm, only NPC cities. As a result, the functional buildings of each NPC city, such as auction houses, airports, and transportation firms, could all be bought by players. In other realms, players were only limited to purchasing the shops and lands of NPC cities. Of course, the cost of buying these industrial buildings was unimaginable, and the cost would only increase along with the city's population. In the later stages, it would cost over 100,000 eternal gold just to buy an ordinary NPC city's airport. On top of that, there was also a high management fee of several tens of thousands of eternal gold to be paid every month. If one could not afford the management fee, the industry building would be confiscated immediately. Without strong financial resources and influence, not only could one not make money through industry buildings, but one would also lose money to the point of bankruptcy. In Shi Feng's previous life, some upper-ranking hegemonic powers had even fallen into ruin because of their greed. As for the brilliant Sky Temple, it was originally only a top-ranking, hegemonic power that was close to becoming a pseudo-apex power in Shi Feng's previous life. Meanwhile, the guild became a laughingstock among everyone in the Eternal Realm's early stages because it decided to purchase the Crystal City of Secrets transportation firm. However, sometime after its purchase, it had quickly grown from an upper-ranking hegemonic power into a bona fide apex power in the greater God's domain, its feat stupefying the various pseudo-apex powers. Transportation firms were not profitable in the Eternal Realm's early and mid-stages, and this was because of the Holy Race's presence. The constant harassment of the Holy Race players became a strong deterrent for players to become merchants. After all, even if a merchant caravan could successfully fight off the Holy Race players they came across, most of the caravan would be destroyed by the end of the fight. Not only would merchants not earn a single coin, but they might even lose money because of their destroyed goods. Therefore, there were no players willing to take on such tasks. Since owners of transportation firms made their money from intermediary fees, they would have no income if no player was willing to operate as a merchant. On the contrary, they would even have to pay a frightening management fee every month. This was also why the various powers laughed at the brilliant Sky Temple for purchasing the Crystal City of Secrets transportation firm. Because the brilliant Sky Temple had purchased the Eternal Realm's mid-stage, the guild had ended up paying an upfront cost of over 5,000 eternal gold. Yet, just when everyone thought the brilliant Sky Temple would come to regret its decision, the brilliant Sky Temple suddenly used an item called the Heroic Mark to upgrade Crystal City's basic transportation firm to an advanced transportation firm. Then, as a result, many NPC nobles and even great nobles began to issue commissions by the firm. In no time at all, this Crystal City of Secrets transportation firm became a hot commodity for all players and powers. Most basic transportation firms only offered commissions made by ordinary NPCs, and only rarely would NPC nobles make a commission. Meanwhile, only when a commission came from an NPC noble could players obtain city reputation by completing it. Reputation was the basis for taking over NPC cities. However, daily quests that rewarded city reputation were relatively rare, and noble commissions were even rarer. However, so long as players managed to complete a noble commission, they could earn a large amount of city reputation and a chance of obtaining a secret treasure as a reward. Although the chances were low, noble commissions were still one of the more reliable ways for players to obtain secret treasures. As for advanced transportation firms, not only did they offer many more commissions from NPC nobles, but they would also offer commissions made by NPC nobles of other cities. Meanwhile, by completing these foreign nobles' commissions, players could obtain reputation points for the corresponding NPC cities. As a result, after the Crystal Cities transportation firm got upgraded to the advanced rank, the various powers frantically fought over the commissions issued by the firm. This, in turn, allowed the Brilliant Sky Temple to make a killing. During the Eternal Realm's later stages, the firm generated a daily income of several tens of thousands of eternal gold for the Brilliant Sky Temple. Many experts had even chosen to join the Brilliant Sky Temple so that they could take on commissions issued by great nobles. As for the heroic mark, it was one of the drops from the underground secret palace's level 155 floor master. It was a guaranteed drop on the floor master's first kill, and the Brilliant Sky Temple just so happened to have secured it. Because of it, the guild decisively raised funds to purchase the Crystal Cities transportation firm. Currently, access to the various city maps had only become available recently, so not many players have entered the Crystal City of Secrets yet. Because of this, the city's transportation firm should be very cheap. At most, it would cost 1,000 or 2,000 eternal gold. With his current wealth, he shouldn't have any trouble purchasing it. As long as he can get the heroic mark, the transportation firm would definitely become an endless treasure trove, its value far surpassing the city's various commercial properties. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong dared not waste any more time, promptly leaving Darkstar and logging into God's domain. Then he contacted Desolate Fury's group of 3. I plan to do a quest in a secret land. Are you 3 interested in joining me? Sherfong asked. There's a chance for secret treasures to drop in that secret land. If any drop, we will distribute them by priority of classes. The underground palace emblem could open a teleportation gate that allowed up to 6 players to enter. Even with his current strength, it would be a challenge for him to solo the level 155 floor master. However, if he had the help of 3 other tier 5 experts, his chances of success would increase a little. Not to mention, he could use this opportunity to train Desolate Fury, LaRoja, and Cross. After all, the trio possessed great potential. They were simply lacking legacies and opportunities. Secret treasures? Desolate Fury's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's great. The 3 of us have finally learned flowing space recently, and we've been itching to try it out. Wait for us, Brother Blackflame. We'll head over there now. All 3 of you have learned flowing space. Desolate Fury's words stunned Sherfong. Flowing space was a gold combat technique developed by the goddess of space. Even if one managed to grasp only the technique's first step, stepping space, one would still be considered a bona fide golden master and an apex existence among players of the same tier. MHM, all 3 of us have learned it. Desolate Fury nodded. Then, in a slightly embarrassed tone, he continued. LaRoja and Cross managed to grasp the technique's essence less than half a day after using the legacy crystal. If it weren't for them practicing beside me continuously, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to grasp it. That's still very impressive. After all, that's a gold combat technique we're talking about. It's not something you can just learn on a whim. Sherfong said, feeling delighted. Although he had long known that the trio had great potential, he did not expect their talent and potential to be so high. With this, their party would have 4 golden masters. Not even Apex powers could afford to casually assemble such a party. Had such a party appeared during the encirclement in the Corrosion Mountain Range, the various powers present at the time would have been scared to death. Yet, just when everyone thought the Brilliant Sky Temple would come to regret its decision, the Brilliant Sky Temple suddenly used an item called the Heroic Mark to upgrade Crystal City's basic transportation firm to an advanced transportation firm. Then, as a result, many NPC nobles and even great nobles began to issue commissions by the firm. In no time at all, this Crystal City of Secrets transportation firm became a hot commodity for all players and powers. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. Most basic transportation firms only offered commissions made by ordinary NPCs, and only rarely would NPC nobles make a commission. Meanwhile, only when a commission came from an NPC noble could players obtain city reputation by completing it. Reputation was the basis for taking over NPC cities. However, daily quests that rewarded city reputation were relatively rare, and noble commissions were even rarer. However, so long as players managed to complete a noble commission, they could earn a large amount of city reputation and a chance of obtaining a secret treasure as a reward. Although the chances were low, noble commissions were still one of the more reliable ways for players to obtain secret treasures. As for advanced transportation firms, not only did they offer many more commissions from NPC nobles, but they would also offer commissions made by NPC nobles of other cities. Meanwhile, by completing these foreign nobles' commissions, players could obtain reputation points for the corresponding NPC cities. As a result, after the Crystal City's transportation firm got upgraded to the advanced rank, the various powers frantically fought over the commissions issued by the firm. This, in turn, allowed the brilliant Sky Temple to make killing. During the Eternal Realm's later stages, the firm generated a daily income of several tens of thousands of eternal gold for the brilliant Sky Temple. Many experts had even chosen to join the brilliant Sky Temple so that they could take on commissions issued by great nobles. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3420, Chapter 494. A transportation firm that has an owner? Chapter 3420. Chapter 494. A transportation firm that has an owner? Chapter 494. A transportation firm that has an owner? Crystal City of Secrets. Underground Secret Palace. For beams of light descended on the plaza in front of the underground secret palace, the lights fading to reveal Shifeng and his 3 party members. However, the sudden appearance of Feng's group did not attract the attention of the many players nearby, their behavior making it seem as if the sudden appearance of players on the plaza was commonplace. Dizziness assaulted the minds of the party of 4 when they first arrived in the city, and it took a moment for them to recover and get a clear look at the scene before them. So, this is the Crystal City of Secrets. Desolate Fury, Laroja, and Cross were in awe when they saw how many players there were walking on the streets around them. Although Pharos Town had quite a large player population, it was nothing compared to the Crystal City of Secrets. Not only did the Crystal City have a significantly larger player population, but its players also possessed astonishingly high levels and powerful backgrounds. At first glance, most of the players walking the Crystal City streets were above level 150. That was much higher than the 3 of them who were still stuck at level 145. Moreover, going by the guild emblem these players wore, every one of them came from an upper-ranking hegemonic power at the very least. Some of them even wore the guild emblems of pseudo-apex powers. In contrast, only a small portion of Pharos Town's player population came from upper-ranking hegemonic powers. As players originating from ordinary hegemonic powers, Desolate Fury, Laroja, and Cross couldn't help but feel out of place in the Crystal City of Secrets. Shifeng, on the other hand, didn't think much of the scene around him. During his previous life, the Crystal City of Secrets was one of the Eternal Realm's 7 great cities. Every one of these 7 cities could rival an entire realm on its own. Although access to the Crystal City had only become available to players recently, its potential was already clear for all to see. Hence, it was only natural for so many powers to gather here. Guild leader Black Flame, are we really going to stay here from now on? Cross couldn't help but look at Shifeng, feeling a bit nervous. After spending some time together in the Eternal Realm, Shifeng's strength became evident to the 3 of them. In their eyes, He was no different than a legendary existence. Hence, the three of them had already decided to follow Sherfong. They had even joined the Azura mercenary alliance that Sherfong mentioned. However, even though the three of them had successfully learned a gold combat technique, as individuals originating from hegemonic powers, they knew that upper-ranking hegemonic powers were not opponents to be trifled with. After all, a player's strength wasn't determined solely by their combat standards and combat techniques. There were also other factors, such as weapons, equipment, skills, spells, etc. In a city where so many upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers were concentrated, independent players like themselves would have difficulty surviving, even if they were highly skilled. After all, upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers were in command of many experts. How were solo or small groups of players supposed to compete against these powers in searching for crucial resources, such as weapons and equipment, high-ranking quests, and high-tiered skills and spells? Before solo players could get their hands on any of these resources, the various powers would have long secured them with their vast manpower. I don't see any problem settling down here. For loosely grouped players like us, everywhere in the Eternal Realm is pretty much the same. We might as well choose a place where it's easy to obtain secret treasures. LaRoja said, her eyes full of fighting spirit as she looked at the experts of powerful origins around her. Back in the Starlight Realm, although they were considered peerless paragons of kingdoms and empires, they never had any opportunities to compete with the experts of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers. Now, though, not only would they get such an opportunity, but they could also compete with these experts on the same starting line. This had been LaRoja's wish for many years. You're right. Cross nodded, his heart similarly brimming with fighting spirit. Now that we've learned a gold combat technique, I refuse to believe we can't make a name for ourselves here. Don't worry too much. Sherfong looked at the trio and smiled. Since I plan to develop in this city, I naturally have some confidence. After saying so, Sherfong led the trio to the Crystal City's City Hall. Crystal City of Secrets, City Hall. Logically, as the Eternal Realm's various city maps had just been unlocked, there shouldn't be many powers capable of affording the various NPC city shops and lands. However, the Crystal City of Secrets City Hall was unexpectedly crowded with players, and these players were frantically fighting over the city's lands and shops. I'm buying plot number 96. I'll take this small shop worth 42 gold. Damn it. Who bought the plot I had my eye on? There were more than 10 counters on the City Hall's first floor, and there was a long line in front of every counter. The sight was so grand that even Sherfong couldn't help but be a little surprised. Guild leader Blackflame, are you planning to buy a shop or a plot of land? Desolate Fury asked as he turned to look at Sherfong in surprise. Just by listening to the conversations in the first floor hall, Desolate Fury could already tell that the Crystal City's properties were incredibly expensive to purchase. Even a random property located in the city's outskirts was being sold for several dozen eternal gold, while properties located in the city center were sold for over 100 eternal gold. Even ordinary hegemonic powers wouldn't have the money to afford the Crystal City's properties, so Desolate Fury found it hard to imagine that Sherfong, by himself, could have so much money. No. Shaking his head, Sherfong said, I'm here to buy the transportation firm. The transportation firm? Desolate Fury was stunned for a moment. Even LaRoja and Cross couldn't help but think they had misheard Sherfong. Could transportation firms be bought? However, Sherfong did not bother clarifying the trio's confusion. Instead, he made his way to the third floor. The city hall had 3 floors. The first floor was prepared for ordinary customers interested in purchasing the city shops and lands. The second floor was prepared for VIP customers, and one could purchase valuable shops and lands not available to ordinary customers. As for the third floor, it was a place where few players would set foot on. This was because the third floor specialized in selling the city's various industrial buildings. Greetings, dear customer. How may I be of service to you today? When Sherfong arrived on the third floor, he was led into a private room where a level 200 Tier 5 elf greeted him with a beautiful smile. Then the female elf continued. We specialize in selling large properties to wealthy customers such as yourself, and we will ensure your satisfaction. After saying so, the elven beauty took out a thin brochure. The lands and shops recorded in the brochure could not be found even on the second floor. It was a list specifically designed for players carrying a large amount of eternal gold. However, Sherfong didn't even look at the brochure, opting to ask directly, "How much for the secret crystal transportation firm?" Are you sure you want to buy the secret crystal transportation firm? The elven beauty looked at Sherfong with great surprise. Although the secret crystal transportation firm is only located in the suburbs and occupies a small area, purchasing it will still cost you 850 gold. In addition, you need to pay a weekly management fee of 300 gold. As the population of this city continues to grow, the management fee will also increase. Payment delays will not be tolerated either. If you fail to make payment for even a week, we will repossess the transportation firm. Upon hearing the elven beauty's words, Desolate Fury, LaRoja, and Cross couldn't help but gasp. The price of 850 eternal gold was probably something even pseudo-apex powers couldn't afford right now. Not to mention, there was even a weekly management fee of 300 eternal gold. This was extortion at its finest. I'm sure, Sherfong said without hesitation. Here's 850 gold. Let's go through the procedures now. Upon seeing the coin Sherfong placed on the table, Desolate Fury and the others were utterly stupefied, and they couldn't help but look at Sherfong as if they were looking at a monster. 850 eternal gold. How could anyone have this much money right now? As soon as Sherfong completed the handover procedures and obtained the transportation firm's management rights, the players who were currently browsing for quests in the transportation firm were forcibly teleported out of the building. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered their ears. System: the secret crystal transportation firm is now a player's private property. Players without permission are not allowed entry. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3421. Chapter 495. Bubbling Crystal City of Secrets. Chapter 3421. Chapter 495. Bubbling Crystal City of Secrets. Chapter 495. Bubbling Crystal City of Secrets. What's going on? A player's private property? Isn't this an NPC city's transportation firm? Can players buy such a thing? Crap. Even if this transportation firm is available for purchase, the price shouldn't be low. Which power decided to make such a huge investment? The players who were forcibly teleported out of the secret crystal transportation firm couldn't help but be shocked by the revelation that a player had bought the transportation firm. They had never heard of players being able to purchase an NPC city's transportation firm before, so they never thought it could be done in the Eternal Realms NPC cities. However, everyone quickly got over their surprise as their attention shifted to wondering which power was behind the secret crystal transportation firm's purchase. It should be known that transportation firms were one of the primary sources of income for players operating in NPC cities. So, taking ownership of a city's transportation firm was no different than controlling the economic lifeline of players in the city. While it might be good news for the power who owned the transportation firm, it was bad news for everyone else as they could potentially be put under heavy restrictions. Of course, such restrictions would have little effect in the current Eternal Realm. With the large influx of Holy Race players, it had become extremely difficult for players to transport merchandise across different maps. This was because the Holy Race players were focused on leveling up and gathering resources in the various maps, so they wouldn't spare the human players they came across. Not to mention, they could earn honor points for killing human players. Currently, the only reason players were willing to take on quests from the transportation firm right now was because holy race players and human players were still fighting over the entrance tokens. The holy race players did not have the spare energy to venture to other maps, so it wasn't particularly dangerous to trade across maps. However, once this period passed, apart from quests issued by NPC nobles, players were unlikely to take on any quests from a transportation firm. Meanwhile, after purchasing the secret crystal transportation firm, Sherfong quickly reopened the establishment, allowing all players to take on quests. The transportation firms in God's domain earned their revenue through intermediary fees. The firm would charge up to 10% of what players earned from a quest taken from the firm. So, the more players there were doing quests, the more revenue a transportation firm could generate. In the early stages of the Eternal Realm, a transportation firm could earn at least 2 eternal silver from a 20-man quest involving short-distance trading. If an NPC noble had issued the quest, the firm could stand to earn up to 6 eternal silver. Meanwhile, during the early stages of the Crystal City of Secret, the city could gather at least 1 million players. Even with the Holy Race's interference, it should still be possible for the secret crystal transportation firm to see over 1,000 quests being completed each day. In other words, the transportation firm could make at least 30 eternal gold a day, which would help cover a significant portion of the building's weekly management fee and lessen the burden on Sherfeng's pockets. Shortly after Sherfeng's party of 4 left the city hall, the entire city hall went into an uproar. Many people talked about the news of the secret crystal transportation firm being purchased, and the various powers began frantically looking into who was behind the purchase. Although the secret crystal transportation firm had little constraint on the Crystal City's various powers due to the Holy Race's interference, it was still a form of restriction. If the transportation firm's owner decided to target them, it could still cause them significant trouble, so it was necessary to investigate thoroughly. At the same time, the Crystal City's various powers began to frantically accumulate wealth. This was because the various powers realized that if the Crystal City's transportation firm could be purchased, it went without saying that the city's other industrial buildings could be bought, too. The auction house and airport, in particular, became key targets of the various powers. If anyone managed to control these 2 buildings, it would be no different than if they controlled the entire city. Guild leader Black Flame, isn't it too early to buy the transportation firm now? Desolate Fury asked Sherfong when he saw the various powers, players, starting to purchase eternal coins at significantly higher prices than before. Had we secretly saved up more money, we could have bought the auction house or airport instead. Either of those buildings would have been much more valuable than the transportation firm. The auction house and airport were places where players were bound to have to spend money in the future. If they could purchase one of these 2 locations before the various powers learned about the possibility of purchasing industrial buildings, the wealth and influence they could earn would be vastly greater than what they could get from the transportation firm. No, now is the right time to buy it. If we wait any later, buying it'll become very difficult, Sherfong said, chuckling. However, he did not bother explaining further as he led the trio to the underground secret palace. It was true that controlling an NPC city's auction house or airport was no different than controlling the entire city. However, the main god system naturally wouldn't let players take control of these 2 buildings so easily. At first glance, the auction house and airport might seem like treasure troves, but in the Eternal Realm, they were losing businesses. Even in the early stages of the Crystal City of Secrets, it would cost a minimum of 10,000 eternal gold to purchase either of these 2 buildings, and the weekly management fee would be over 5,000 eternal gold. To make matters worse, players could only take 5% of the profits generated by the auction house and airport. In other words, players who bought the auction house could only receive 5% of the establishment's revenue, which was generated via processing fees. It was the same case for the airport. Moreover, the fees charged by the auction house and airport were fixed by the system, and the only way players could increase them was by upgrading the buildings, using special means. If players could not accomplish that, their only other option was to find ways to increase the city's player population. Essentially, the only reason players would buy the auction house and airport was to have more influence over the city. Meanwhile, this influence would last as long as their financial circumstances allowed it. Currently, in the Crystal City's early stages, the transportation firm was the only building with the opportunity to be upgraded. As for the other industrial buildings, they could not be improved at present. In a situation where the various powers desperately needed money for their development, whoever bought the Crystal City's auction house and airport would be a fool. Crystal City of Secrets, underground Crystal Palace. In the time that it took for Sher Feng to make a round trip to the City Hall, the number of players gathered in the plaza in front of the underground Crystal Palace's entrance had increased by several times. Meanwhile, teams of 20 or more players formed by the various powers could be seen waiting in line to enter the secret land. Party of 6, looking for one more member. We need a level 150, tier 5 cleric or higher with at least 3 fragmented legendary items. 20-man farming team, recruiting 10 more members. Looking for level 150 experts and above. Secret treasures obtained will be auctioned internally. Stay away if you can't afford the entrance fee. Employer team recruiting level 150 plus experts of any class. The employer will cover the entrance fee. If we obtain a secret treasure, every team member will receive 5 eternal gold. Apart from those waiting in line, many players could also be seen looking for teams or forming teams in the plaza. Just as Sher Feng was about to join the queue with his party, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure among the crowd in the plaza. Gentle Snow. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3422. Chapter 496. Astonishing Transformation. Chapter 3422. Chapter 496. Astonishing Transformation. Chapter 496. Astonishing Transformation. TL Notes. Changing transportation firm to trading firm. Underground Crystal Palace entrance plaza. Clad in white holy armor and carrying 2 great swords, Gentle Snow stood amidst the crowd in the plaza while faint magic patterns circled her body. At first glance, Sher Feng nearly failed to recognize her. Compared to when Gentle Snow participated in the city battle, the current Gentle Snow had undergone a massive transformation in terms of levels and combat standards. During the city battle, Gentle Snow only managed to match titled experts of the same tier by relying on her Void Saint legacy. But now, Gentle Snow was not only a level 152, tier 5 Void Saint, but she had also developed her combat standard to the peak of the 4th floor standard. One could say that she was already a pseudo-5th floor expert, so long as she could elevate her control over her body to the extrasensory realm. She would become a true 5th floor expert. Guild leader. Gentle Snow also quickly noticed Sher Feng. As soon as Gentle Snow spoke, the noblewoman standing next to her turned to look at Sher Feng with a curious gaze. The noblewoman appeared to be on the same team as Gentle Snow, and she wore a set of light blue armor while carrying a silver spear and a shield on her back. Snow, do you know that person? The noblewoman asked Gentle Snow after seeing that Sher Feng was only a level 145 player. This was a very low level in the Crystal City of Secrets, and it wasn't even comparable to the levels of 4th floor experts. He's Guild Leader Black Flame, the leader of my guild, Big Sis Cheelin, Gentle Snow introduced. Black Flame. The noblewoman named Ink Cheelin seemed to recall something when she heard Gentle Snow's introduction. The luminous glory lists Azura, Sword Emperor? Yes. Gentle Snow nodded. Then she suggested, Big Sis Cheelin, our team is currently short of members. Why don't we form a team together and explore the underground Crystal Palace? Hearing this, Ink Qilin took a glance at Sherfeng and his party and pondered for a moment before saying, "They are sufficiently strong, but their levels are a little low. You can invite them, but make sure you let them know that the Scarecrow Fox Adventure team always allocates loot based on the system's evaluation of individual contributions to the team. If they have no problem with that, we can explore the underground Crystal Palace together." After Ink Qilin finished speaking, a middle-aged male elven cleric on the same team shook his head and said, "Snow, do you really want to invite your guild leader? Scarecrow Fox isn't your average adventure team. We are a prominent force throughout the greater God's domain. Your strength has also improved significantly during the time you have been with us, and your weapons and equipment are leagues better than what you had before. While I don't know how your guild leader got here, as a bottom-ranked Luminous Glory expert with such a low level, he's going to have a hard time keeping up with our pace." Gentle Snow grew a little hesitant when she heard this. Throughout this period, Gentle Snow came across extraordinary opportunities and made significant leaps in strength. She had also replaced all of her weapons and equipment with significantly better ones. Ink Qilin, a vice commander of the Scarecrow Fox Adventure team, had even given her the Frost Thunder dual blades, which were a set of legendary greatswords. Even then, she was just barely able to keep up with Scarecrow Fox's members and achieve somewhat noticeable contributions. If Sherfeng's party couldn't contribute sufficiently to the team, not only would they be wasting their time, but they would also be wasting the expensive entrance fee. Even for level 145 players, it cost 20 eternal silver and 50 units of 7 luminaries crystal per person to enter the underground Crystal Palace. As for players between levels 150 and 159, the entrance fee was even higher, costing 50 eternal silver and 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal per person. Currently, the average titled expert operating in the Crystal City of Secrets would be fortunate to even have 10 eternal silver in their possession, while the average 5th floor expert would only have around 20 eternal silver. Hence, the underground Crystal Palace's entrance fee was a considerable expense for most players. As for Gentle Snow, she was only able to have a little over 90 eternal silver in her possession, thanks to Scarecrow Fox's team. If not for the team, she would have never been able to afford to enter the underground Crystal Palace. However, after some hesitation, Gentle Snow still decided to invite Sherfeng's party to the team. Although Scarecrow Fox was only an adventure team with few members operating in the Eternal Realm, it was a force to be reckoned with in the greater God's domain. In fact, it was strong enough to compete with the various conglomerates. The Paimon conglomerate was closely eyeing Zero Wing, even to this day. Although Zero Wing currently had Star Lake City's protection, it wasn't a long-term solution. However, if Zero Wing could earn Scarecrow Fox's favor, it was possible the Paimon conglomerate would back off a little out of wariness. Meanwhile, after hearing about Gentle Snow's suggestion, Sherfeng readily agreed to it. He had heard about the Scarecrow Fox adventure team in his previous life. The adventure team's members were incredibly strong, and its 7 commanders were even existences capable of rivaling Tier 6 gods. At its peak, it nearly reached the standard of pseudo-apex powers. If not for the fall of Spear Paradise, Scarecrow Fox's great commander, the adventure team might have had a real chance to become a pseudo-apex power. Meanwhile, his goal was to obtain the heroic mark dropped by the level 155 floor master. If the loot was distributed based on individual team contributions, it couldn't get any better for him. Subsequently, Sherfeng's party of 4 merged with Scarecrow Fox's team of 12 and joined the line to enter the underground Crystal Palace. While waiting in line, Sherfeng listened to Gentle Snow talk about her encounters in God's domain after the city battle, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Apparently, after being abruptly required to log into God's domain, Gentle Snow had also found herself appearing in a special location. It was also at that place where she came across the Scarecrow Fox adventure team. Meanwhile, when she was in that place, she could not log out of the game, and even the flow of time there was completely different. Even though only several days had passed since the city battle, Gentle Snow stated that she had spent over 2 months in that special location. During this time, she was promoted to Tier 5, and her combat standards also saw massive improvements. Meanwhile, it was only a day ago when she and Scarecrow Fox's team had discovered a teleportation passage that led to the Crystal City of Secrets map. It's only been several days since the city battle. Gentle Snow couldn't help but be in disbelief after hearing Shifeng's account of recent events. In her experience, she had spent a long time in the God's domain, which was an extremely dangerous thing to do since she had logged into the game from a public location. If not for the system preventing her from logging out for another day, she would have gone offline as soon as she arrived in the Crystal City of Secrets. You don't have to worry about safety for now. Star Lake City has arranged for security and protection. There is also an AI robot replenishing your gaming cabin's nutrient solution. So, just wait until the system lets you log out safely, Shifeng said with a smile. Shifeng was already used to seeing certain spaces having different time flows. He was just surprised by how extraordinary Gentle Snow's experiences were whenever she entered spaces with different time flows. While Shifeng and Gentle Snow were chatting, a commotion suddenly occurred in the plaza. A short moment later, the thousands of teams in the plaza could be seen stepping aside for a 20-man team. Even the teams of upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates did not dare to stand in this 20-man team's way, giving the team unhindered access to the underground Crystal Palace. What's the background of this team? Why are the various powers teams voluntarily making way for it? Can't you see the emblem on their chests? It's the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, a pseudo-apex power. The young man leading the team seems to be Abysswater, a vice guild leader of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. Rumors say he could already use World Creation's second form at Tier 4. Now that he's at Tier 5, with how young he is, he can probably rival the apex-powered Demon's Gate Starfall Witch. The crowd standing outside the plaza engaged in a heated discussion among themselves when they saw how the teams waiting in line behaved toward the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's team. Meanwhile, amidst everyone's discussion, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's team had already cut the line and arrived in front of Ink Chilin, who was first in line. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance is in a hurry, so get lost if you know what's good for you, a level 151 elder of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance yelled at Ink Chilin. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34:23. Chapter 34:23. TL Notes. Changing transportation firm to trading firm. In front of the underground Crystal Palace, Scarecrow Fox's members revealed ugly looks on their faces when they heard the words of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's elder. The Crystal City of Secrets was now a gathering place for many powers, and as far as they were aware, there were at least 4 pseudo-apex powers currently operating in the city. Among them, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, vaguely, ranked among the top 2, so it wasn't in existence an adventure team like Scarecrow Fox could afford to offend. However, the problem was that their team had already paid the entrance fee to enter the underground Crystal Palace. Right now, they were merely waiting for the NPC guards to complete the registration procedures and let them inside. If they left now, they wouldn't get a refund on their entrance fee, and they would have to pay again later. But they didn't have that much money at the moment, and by the time they collected enough to enter the underground Crystal Palace, many of the opportunities available in the secret land would have been taken by others. At this time, Riverlight, the middle-aged elven cleric standing behind Ink Chilin, stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Dear friends of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, I am Riverlight of the Scarecrow Fox adventure team. We have already paid the entrance fee and are only waiting to enter the underground Crystal Palace. Do you mind waiting for the NPC to complete the registration procedures?" As soon as Riverlight spoke, many of the players present revealed shocked expressions. Scarecrow Fox's Riverlight Is he the Riverlight who entered the Sacred Glory list's top 100 over a decade ago? I have heard of Riverlight. Back when he was still on the Sacred Glory list, I heard that he was on good terms with an honorary elder of the Pseudo-Apex Power Azure Wave Temple. He even participated in several large-scale crusade quests with the Azure Wave Temple. It's a pity he rose to fame a little too late. Had he been given another 1 or 2 years, he could have most likely fought for a spot among the Sacred Glory list's top 30. Some of the various powers players started a discussion among themselves when they heard Riverlight introducing himself. They didn't expect the team, currently first in line, would have someone of such significant origins in it. As for Riverlight, the target of the surrounding players' discussion, although he remained calm on the surface, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It was true that he was quite well known in the greater God's domain. If he were only dealing with an upper-ranking hegemonic power, the other party would most likely back off out of respect. However, it wasn't necessarily true for the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. Only an existence of a similar caliber, such as the Azure Wave Temple, could get the Scarlet Merchant Alliance to back off. The problem was that he couldn't directly mention the Azure Wave Temple in this situation. Otherwise, the Pseudo-Apex power would definitely find trouble with him later on. Now that others had brought up the Azure Wave Temple on his behalf, things couldn't be better. Who do you think you are? So what if you have some connection with the Azure Wave Temple? Do you think the Scarlet Merchant Alliance will be afraid of it? The Scarlet Merchant Alliance's elder sneered. Our vice guild leader is standing here right now. Even if that honorary elder you're acquainted with comes here in person, he will still have to step aside for vice guild leader Abyss Water. I'll say this one last time. Get lost. Riverlight's face turned pale when he heard this, but he didn't dare say anything. And to think that he had only recently told Gentle Snow that Scarecrow Fox was a major power with quite a lot of influence in the greater God's domain. Yet, now, not even an elder from the Scarlet Merchant Alliance was showing Scarecrow Fox any respect. At this time, Ink Cheelin finally decided to speak up. Friends from the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, although you have significant influence in the Crystal City of Secrets, it won't benefit either of us to fight, don't you think? As soon as Ink Cheelin finished speaking, the intensity of her aura also began to rise. Like a lioness about to go on a rampage, the aura she exuded intimidated many of the Tier 5 experts nearby, causing them to subconsciously step away from her. Ink Cheelin might only be a vice commander in Scarecrow Fox, but she was a saint who had climbed to the Sacred Glory list's top 10 over a decade ago. At present, she had even created a complete set of exclusive absolute techniques for herself. Paired with the legendary spear and shield in her possession, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was one of the apex experts of the current Eternal Realm. As soon as Ink Cheelin expressed her willingness to fight, the members of the Scarecrow Fox present and Gentle Snow also prepared themselves for a fight to the death. For players operating solo or in adventure teams long-term, they were usually people unafraid of getting into trouble. Not to mention, they were currently in the Eternal Realm, where even apex powers were unable to exhibit their full strength. You want to pick a fight with the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance's saint-ranked elder laughed when he saw the behavior of Scarecrow Fox's members. Do you have the qualifications? When the elder finished speaking, 3 old men whose faces were hidden by the black cloaks they wore stepped out from the Scarlet Merchant Alliance team. What? Is the Scarlet Merchant Alliance really planning to fight? If I'm not mistaken, that person is Ink Cheelin, one of Scarecrow Fox's vice commanders. I heard that if Ink Cheelin advances to Tier 6, she could absolutely be ranked among the Divine Glory list, even if the Scarlet Merchant Alliance should have difficulty dealing with her. The spectating crowd couldn't help but be surprised to see the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's strong attitude. While the Scarlet Merchant Alliance was indeed powerful, it still needed to pay attention to experts of Ink Cheelin's caliber in the Eternal Realm. Not to mention, there were still many powerful experts from Scarecrow Fox standing behind Inkchilin. If the two sides fought, there was no doubt the Scarlet Merchant Alliance would emerge victorious, but this victory would come at a considerable price. Just when everyone was finding this situation strange, the three old men removed their black cloaks and revealed their faces. Impossible! Inkchilin fell into a daze when she saw the faces of the three old men. Why are the Demon Cave Trio here? The Scarlet Merchant Alliance, as a pseudo-apex power, had been around for a very long time, and many of its old monsters had already retired from the active scene. Of these retired old monsters, some of the more famous ones were the Demon Cave Trio, who had risen to fame more than a century ago. The Demon Cave Trio were blood-related brothers, each of whom was a saint-ranked expert who had created a set of exclusive absolute techniques for themselves. Under the training of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, they became able to fight as if they were of one mind. On top of that, they possessed a secret technique that allowed them to form a natural battle array that enhanced their basic attributes and let them share their five senses. When the Demon Cave Trio were still active at Tier 6, they had once successfully killed a Tier 6 god. Later on, they even assassinated many experts capable of killing Tier 6 gods. Although they had failed more times than they had succeeded, it was still a fact that they had succeeded sometimes, and these achievements made the trio famous throughout the greater god's domain. Now that the Demon Cave Trio had appeared in the Eternal Realm, even though they were currently only Tier 5 assassins, it would still be a piece of cake for them to annihilate Scarecrow Fox's team. When Gentle Snow saw Inkchilin's reaction to the three old men, even though she personally didn't know who the Demon Cave Trio were, she still understood that they were most likely doomed. Although they should currently be safe, considering they were still in the city, it would be a different story once they entered the underground Crystal Palace or left the city. At that time, these three old men could attack them without worry. "I'm sorry, guild leader. I thought we could get some extra help for the guild, but I didn't expect to attract an even stronger enemy," Gentle Snow apologized to Cherfong, her face full of regret. Chapter 497. Do you have the qualifications? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3424. Chapter 498. Who is that guy? Chapter 3424. Chapter 498. Who is that guy? Chapter 498. Who is that guy? Following the revelation of the Demon Cave Trio's identities, an uproar occurred outside the underground Crystal Palace's entrance. Now that the Demon Cave Trio have made an appearance, Scarecrow Fox's team is doomed. Not only are they doomed now, but they can also forget operating in the Eternal Realm in the future. Coming to the underground Crystal Palace to sightsee today was indeed a good idea. I didn't think I would get to see three former Divine Glory list experts in action, even if they have already retired from the front lines. Unless one of those peerless individuals shows up, none of Scarecrow Fox's members should think of escaping the trio's clutches. No wonder the Scarlet Merchant Alliance chose to take such a strong stance. With the Demon Cave Trio here, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance can easily label itself the strongest power based in the Crystal City of Secrets. When the spectating players looked at the Demon Cave Trio, some were filled with excitement, some sighed helplessly, and some looked at Scarecrow Fox's team with sympathy. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but think that Scarecrow Fox was truly unlucky. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance had many old monsters, but the Demon Cave Trio was one of the top few existences that others wished to avoid encountering the most. Even the peerless individuals of apex powers would get a headache when targeted by the trio. Currently, Inkchilin was the only person among Scarecrow Fox's team capable of standing up against one of the Demon Cave Trio in a one-on-one fight. Even then, it would only be limited to a direct confrontation. As for everyone else, they couldn't even survive against the Demon Cave Trio in a direct confrontation. Friends of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, today we of Scarecrow Fox are in the wrong, Riverlight hurriedly said with a smile. How about this? We will cover your entrance fee as an apology." "You have a way with words," the elder of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance said, laughing. Then he glanced at the alluring Inkcheelin and transcendental Gentle Snow and continued, "If you want to make amends, fine. We can forget this slight out of respect for your great commander. But you'll have to let these two beauties accompany Vice President Abysswater for a few days. Do that, and we will call it a day for today's matter. Don't go too far. Snow is not one of Scarecrow Fox's members," Inkcheelin said angrily. Inkcheelin had intentions of recruiting Gentle Snow into Scarecrow Fox. Unfortunately, Gentle Snow had turned down her invitation, stating that she had already joined a guild called Zero Wing and did not intend to join any other powers. Hence, Inkcheelin decided to bring Gentle Snow along with her team and help her grow, hoping that their time together could change Gentle Snow's mind. After all, Gentle Snow possessed far greater talent than any paragon Inkcheelin had met thus far. If Gentle Snow ended up getting humiliated because of Scarecrow Fox's problem, Inkcheelin didn't know how she could bring herself to face Gentle Snow in the future, let alone invite Gentle Snow to join Scarecrow Fox. Going too far. Undying Shadow, the eldest of the Demon Cave trio, sneered. "We are only allowing you to keep Vice Guild Leader Abyss Water Company out of respect for your great commander. If you still refuse to accept our offer, we'll have no choice but to eliminate you all from the Eternal Realm. It seems you're really set on using us to set an example." Inkcheelin narrowed her eyes on Undying Shadow, vaguely understanding what was going on. Scarecrow Fox was an adventurer team capable of rivaling conglomerates in the greater God's domain. Under normal circumstances, even though the Scarlet Merchant Alliance had already reached the pseudo-apex power standard, it still wouldn't try to butt heads with Scarecrow Fox for no valid reason. It was especially so in the Eternal Realm. Yet, even though neither side had any big grudges against the other, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance seemed hell-bent on making things difficult for Scarecrow Fox. The only reason Inkcheelin could think of was that the Scarlet Merchant Alliance was trying to prove to the various powers and players present that the Scarlet Merchant Alliance was the #1 power in the Crystal City of Secrets. Meanwhile, Scarecrow Fox's demise would be the best evidence. If even a conglomerate-level adventure team like Scarecrow Fox had to submit to the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, what could other powers possibly do? "You have 3 seconds to consider," Undying Shadow coldly said. "If you refuse, none of you can continue living in the Eternal Realm. We'll have you die once every time you log in. And don't think you can escape our pursuit. Us brothers all have tracking skills, and everyone has already been marked. The mark lasts for 3 days and won't disappear even if you log out. The duration will only reduce if you are in God's domain. Also, don't think you can just hide in the city. We can keep on placing new marks, so it won't matter how long you stay in the city." Inkcheelin fell into despair when she heard this. She didn't mind fighting to the very end, but Gentle Snow couldn't afford to do so. This was because Gentle Snow had a special legacy, and she would lose it if she were to start playing a new account. Gentle Snow also understood there was no way to resolve the situation today, and Zero Wing might even get implicated because of her. And if it were just following the Scarlet Merchant Alliance into the underground Crystal Palace for a few days, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just as Gentle Snow was about to agree to the conditions proposed by the Undying Shadow, Sherfong suddenly stepped forward and quietly looked at the Demon Cave trio for a moment. Then, with a calm smile, he said, "The Scarlet Merchant Alliance is indeed as domineering as I've heard. However, Gentle Snow is a member of Zero Wing. If I, Zero Wing's guild leader, don't show you any respect, what will you do about it? Is he crazy?" Inkcheelin gaped in shock when she heard what came from Sherfang's mouth. They were already having a headache resolving their current issue with the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. Yet, Sherfang had taken the initiative to provoke the pseudo-apex power, creating even more trouble for them. "Guild leader." Gentle Snow's beautiful eyes widened. Originally, this matter would have only needed her and Ink Qilin to resolve. But now that Shifeng had intervened, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance would definitely start a fight to establish its dominance. Ha ha ha. Excellent. It's been too long since I've seen a youngster with such courage. Rather than getting angry at being provoked by the guild leader of some guild he had never heard of, Undying Shadow laughed when he heard Shifeng's words. It seems me and my brothers have been away from the front lines for so long that people have forgotten about our exploits. At the same time as Undying Shadow finished speaking, the surrounding spectators promptly erupted with noise. Crap, this guy must be insane. Look, Undying Shadow's face is livid. This kid is dead for sure. Who is this guy anyway? What gave him the courage to provoke the demon cave trio? After a round of exclamations, the surrounding players couldn't help but wonder about Shifeng's identity. After all, provoking the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Demon Cave Trio was no different than inviting death for a drink. Meanwhile, standing among the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's team, Abysswater had remained indifferent to the entire situation thus far. However, when he saw Shifeng stepping out from Scarecrow Fox's team, his expression instantly changed. Why is he here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3425. Chapter 499. Black Flame Takes Action. Chapter 3425. Chapter 499. Black Flame Takes Action. Chapter 499. Black Flame Takes Action. Crystal City of Secrets. Underground Crystal Palace's entrance. A moment after Undying Shadow finished speaking, the eldest of the Demon Cave Trio suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Then, before the noisy crowd could react, he had already appeared in front of Shifeng and reached for Shifeng's shoulder with one of his shriveled palms. Not good. When Ink Qilin saw Undying Shadow's action, she frowned and hurriedly charged forward to intervene. Similar to the rest of the Greater God's domain, the Eternal Realm's NPC towns and cities prohibited players from attacking others. Should players go against this rule, nearby NPC guards would not hesitate to apprehend or kill them. However, it was a different story if an action taken was limited to only simple physical contact. In that case, the action would not be considered an attack, and the NPC guards would not pay any heed to it. But even if players did not receive any quantifiable damage in God's domain, it was still possible for them to experience a certain degree of pain and suppression if they were subjected to a sufficiently great physical force. Meanwhile, although Undying Shadow was an assassin, he was in possession of the Crimson Shadow Warrior class, a hidden class that granted players a berserker's strength and an assassin's speed. Not to mention, Undying Shadow was level 151. He also possessed the Desolate Shadow set and the Dragon's Cord set, of which the former was a well-known fragmented legendary equipment set in the Greater God's domain, while the latter was a magic weapon set that was close to rivaling legendary weapons. Even though Ink Qilin was in possession of a legendary weapon, she dared not say she could beat Undying Shadow when it came to the strength attribute. So, how is a level 145 Sword Saint supposed to match Undying Shadow? Unfortunately, before Ink Qilin could get within 10 yards of Undying Shadow, the latter had already placed his palm on Shifeng's shoulder. Gentle Snow grew anxious when she saw this, but there was nothing she could do about it. Undying Shadow's hand might not look like it was of any threat, but the downward force it exerted could be felt by even players standing over 100 yards away. In fact, the force exerted was so great that faint cracks had even appeared in the surrounding space. This guild leader of Zero Wing is too impulsive. Riverlight's complexion turned unpleasant when he saw Undying Shadow's hand clutching Shifeng's shoulder. Originally, this matter could have been resolved by simply apologizing. However, thanks to Shifeng's provocation, this matter was unlikely to be salvageable even if Scarecrow Fox's great commander showed up. What will I do about it? Undying Shadow snorted as he looked at Shifeng. Then he applied even more force with his hand as he said, "Brat!" I'll have you kneel for me." As soon as Undying Shadow increased the force he used, the sound of bones creaking and space shattering could be heard. At the same time, many of the surrounding players experienced suffocating pressure. Some of the nearby Tier 5 experts even got the urge to kneel. Mental intimidation. His concentration is at Tier 6. Divine Might. He's already reached the realm of Divine Might. Many of the experts present couldn't help but gasp when they experienced the oppressive feeling that constantly assaulted them. Divine Might? Ink Chilin also fell into a daze when he saw Undying Shadow had seemingly become the ruler of the space around him. Divine Might. Normally, this was a form of power that only Tier 6 existences could master. Meanwhile, once a player mastered Divine Might, all existences beneath Tier 6 would be no different than ants to them. This was because one could greatly suppress those beneath Tier 6 by relying only on one's Divine Might, greatly restricting the target player's mobility and thought process. After all, if a player had to defend themselves from mental attacks constantly, there was no way they could fight at their full capacity. While it was logically possible for players of a lower tier to master Divine Might, even Tier 5 players would have an extremely difficult time doing so, as players needed to reach Tier 6 in their concentration standard. This was also the biggest hurdle that prevented many experts from advancing to Tier 6. In God's domain, apart from raising tiers, the only reliable way players could improve their concentration was by honing their mental willpower. However, this was a very gradual process, and as concentration was a hidden attribute that couldn't be inspected like the several basic attributes, players wouldn't know if their training method was effective until they made noticeable progress or no progress at all after a long time. This was also why many experts were still stuck at Tier 5, unable to progress to Tier 6 despite having incredibly high combat standards. And even if a Tier 6 player restarted a new account and climbed back up to Tier 5, it would still take them a long time to develop their concentration to the Tier 6 standard. Hence, Undying Shadow's possession of Tier 6 concentration surprised everyone. Meanwhile, when Ink Chilin thought about how Sherfong was being subjected to the dual pressure of Undying Shadow's strength and concentration, she could already picture the sight of Sherfong kneeling in front of everyone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. However, as the seconds went by, the plaza quickly grew eerily quiet as everyone looked at Sherfong in confusion. Contrary to Ink Chilin's and everyone else's expectations, Sherfong did not kneel. Instead, he remained standing steadily as he quietly gazed upon Undying Shadow. Undying Shadow was similarly surprised to see Sherfong standing steadily before him. "Are fine?" Ink Chilin also gaped in shock at the scene, her mind failing to comprehend what was going on. Undying Shadow's strength was apparent to everyone present. If he could crack the Eternal Realm's stable space with his hand alone, it meant his strength was already nearing the Tier 6 standard. Not to mention, there was also the Divine Might he had abruptly unleashed. If caught unprepared, Ink Chilin doubted even she could react and adjust her body accordingly in time. But what was up with Sherfeng's reaction? Sherfong didn't even flinch in response to Undying Shadow's oppression, let alone adjust his body to defend against it. Whether it was Undying Shadow's physical oppression or mental intimidation, Sherfong behaved as if neither existed. Could it be that Undying Shadow was only joking around and never intended to do anything to him? "Do you have eyes? Can't you see how surprised Undying Shadow looks?" Could there be some restriction placed on the underground crystal palaces and trance that prevents players from experiencing overly powerful strength and concentration? Is that why that guy's behaving as if nothing happened? Otherwise, who could possibly withstand that kind of strength and divine might? When the spectating crowd saw Sherfong looking unaffected by Undying Shadow's offensive, many players speculated that this might be because of the underground Crystal Palace's uniqueness. Hence, Sherfong was able to avoid making a fool of himself in front of everyone. However, just as everyone was starting to believe this to be so, Since you're done playing your hand, it's my turn now, Sherfong said as he looked at the confused old man before him. Then he gently pressed his hand on Undying Shadow's shoulder and said, "Kneel!" Boom! Suddenly a loud explosion, coupled with the sound of the ground cracking, echoed throughout the entire plaza. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd in the plaza, Undying Shadow knelt on the ground, one of his hands desperately holding onto Sherfeng's arm while the other supported him on the ground. A pained expression had also appeared on Undying Shadow's face. However, even though Undying Shadow was desperately resisting to the point where the veins on his forehead had bulged and his face had turned bright red, he still could not resist Sherfeng's seemingly gentle touch as he ultimately fell flat to the ground. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3426. Chapter 500 Unfathomable. Chapter 3426. Chapter 500 Unfathomable. Chapter 500 Unfathomable. Elder Undying. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance elder, who was originally clamoring arrogantly and expecting to enjoy an entertaining show, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief when he saw Undying Shadow kneeling. Undying Shadow was a legendary figure in the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. At the same time, he was the leader of the Demon Cave Trio. Whenever the trio was forced into a direct confrontation during an assassination attempt, Undying Shadow would always be the one to handle it. Whether it was in terms of direct combat capabilities or basic attributes, Undying Shadow was the strongest out of the Demon Cave Trio. In fact, out of their current 20-man team, Undying Shadow's strength was second to only Abyss Water, who wielded a legendary weapon. Even then, the gap wasn't significant enough that Abyss Water could overwhelm him to the extent that Sherfong was currently doing. Brat, you're courting death. When the Demon Cave Trio's second eldest Myriad Shadows and youngest Thousand Shadows saw Undying Shadow being forced to kneel, flames of anger ignited in their eyes as they charged at Sherfong simultaneously. There was only a distance of 20 yards separating the two Demon Cave brothers from Sherfong. For experts of their caliber, they could cross such a distance in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Myriad Shadows and Thousand Shadows could be seen arriving by Sherfeng's sides and grabbing onto his shoulders. Then, Thousand Shadows took out a Tier 4 area teleportation scroll and chanted an incantation while setting the teleportation coordinates. This was also one of the mainstream methods used by the various powers to target players in NPC towns and cities. The area teleportation scroll worked differently from other group-based teleportation scrolls. Players did not have to be in the same party to get teleported. So long as players stood within the area teleportation scroll's radius, they would be forcibly teleported when the scroll activated. For this reason, area teleportation scrolls were incredibly rare and valuable, and even pseudo-Apex powers wouldn't casually use them. But now that Undying Shadow was forced to kneel in front of a crowd of thousands, they absolutely needed to make Sherfong pay. Otherwise, the reputation of both their Demon Cave Trio and the Scarlet Merchant Alliance would receive a severe blow. The only problem was that area teleportation scrolls needed several seconds to activate. So long as players ran out of the scroll's radius during this time, they could avoid getting teleported. Hence, whenever they were using an area teleportation scroll to target specific players, they would need several players working together to immobilize the target player. Since they were currently using a Tier 4 area teleportation scroll, so long as they could keep Sherfong within the scroll's 20-yard radius for several seconds, they could teleport Sherfong out of the Crystal City of Secrets. And once outside the city, they could work together to kill Sherfong easily. You're the ones courting death. Without looking at Myriad Shadows and Thousand Shadows, Sherfong pressed down on the empty space before him with his other hand and said, "Kneel, all of you!" In addition to being a Tier 5 Sword Law Saint, Sherfong also had Shadow Incinerator and the Winter of Eternal Night equipped. At the same time, he was also a special life form and shared 10% of the mutated Frostflame, Phantom Dragon's basic attributes. So, even though he was only at level 145, if comparing solely in terms of the strength attribute, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a level 155 player equipped with a legendary weapon. Meanwhile, with his level 6 mana affinity, he could manipulate all mana within a 50-yard radius as if it were part of his own body. Unless others were willing to break the city's rules and attack him for real. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter how many players tried to suppress him. All of them would be forced to their knees if they tried to compete with him purely in terms of strength. Following Shurfeng's words, the area teleportation magic instantly crumbled, while myriad shadows and thousand shadows were forced to kneel, the two feeling as if an invisible hand was pressing down on them. Void suppression? Ink Chilant's eyes went wide when she saw myriad shadows and thousand shadows getting forced onto their knees as well. She felt as if she had just seen a fantasy turn real, and she couldn't help but doubt what she saw. According to Gentle Snow, Zero Wing was merely a guild that had risen up from a miniature ancient world. Even though Zero Wing's guild leader ranked among the Luminous Glory list, he was still nothing more than a developing genius in the eyes of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. He couldn't even be considered a powerhouse, let alone stand shoulder to shoulder with the Scarecrow Fox adventurer team. Yet now, simply by manipulating the mana surrounding him to perform a simple void suppression, Shurfeng had managed to suppress 2 of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's infamous elders. Such a feat could already rival the recorded legends in the Greater God's domain. Are the Luminous Glory list's bottom rankers nowadays this strong now? River Light was similarly flabbergasted by this situation. He felt that the 7 Luminaries Alliance must be toying with him. It should be known that not even the Sacred Glory list's top 10 powerhouses could suppress the Demon Cave Trio, let alone a player ranked at the bottom of the Luminous Glory list. While the spectators were immersed in shock, Shurfeng started walking toward the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's team. Every step he took was slow and casual, yet everyone present felt as if their hearts were getting stepped on. "I'm in a hurry, so all of you come at me together," Shurfeng calmly said to the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's gloomy-looking members, showing no reservations whatsoever toward the pseudo-apex power. "I hate to admit it, but you are indeed impressive, young man." After scrutinizing Shurfeng, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's clamoring elder sneered and said, "But do you truly think you can contend with a pseudo-apex power by yourself? So long as we are willing to show our hand, neither you nor the people behind you should think of leaving this place alive." Every upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Greater God's domain possessed an extraordinary foundation composed of various trump cards. These trump cards could include legions of experts, war weapons, mighty battle arrays, etc. While these trump cards were limited in number, they could be used to slay even Tier 6 gods. Meanwhile, as a pseudo-apex power, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's foundation was magnitudes stronger than upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Currently, although the Greater God's domain's various powers were limited in the means they could use in the Eternal Realm, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance still had plenty of ways to deal with individual Tier 5 players. When Ink Chilan heard this, her expression grew a little more serious. No matter how strong an individual was, it would still be difficult for them to go up against an entire power, much less a pseudo-apex power. If the Scarlet Merchant Alliance was willing to pay the corresponding price, it was entirely possible for it to keep Scarecrow Fox out of the Crystal City of Secrets. "Feel free to try, then." Shurfeng sneered. He had never flinched, even when he was going up against apex powers in his previous life. Now that he possessed a Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body and the godly relic Shadow Incinerator, he had even less reason to be afraid of powers like the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. "Good. I'll grant you your wish." When the clamoring elder heard Shurfeng's response, he took out an ink-black crystal ball from his bag, the crystal ball holding so much power that even the Tier 5 players standing over 100 yards away couldn't help but shudder. "Tier 6. The ink-black crystal housed a large-scale destruction spell at the Tier 6 standard. Meanwhile, Shifeng unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator when he saw the clamoring Elder take out the ink-black crystal ball. He no longer intended to hold back, deciding to eliminate the clamoring Elder along with the rest of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's members right here and now. This would save him from having to deal with the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's harassment in the underground Crystal Palace. However, just when the clamoring Elder was about to unleash the spell stored in the crystal ball, "Cease your hand, Elder Cliff!" Abyss Water shouted at the clamoring Elder. Then he turned to Shifeng and smiled, saying, "We were in the wrong today, Guild Leader Black Flame. On behalf of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, I apologize to you and your friends. As a token of apology, please accept this map of the underground Crystal Palace that we found." Vice Guild Leader? The clamoring Elder named Burning Cliff couldn't help but be puzzled as he turned toward Abyss Water. Apart from Burning Cliff, Inkchilin and Riverlight also couldn't help but gape in shock. What was going on here? The Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Elder Burning Cliff was clearly determined to fight to the death. Yet, before the fight could break out, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Vice Guild Leader had taken the initiative to apologize. He even offered a precious map of the underground Crystal Palace as compensation. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 34:27. Chapter 501. Lord of War Goddesses. Chapter 34:27. Chapter 501. Lord of War Goddesses. Chapter 501. Lord of War Goddesses. Crystal City of Secrets. Underground Crystal Palace's entrance. What's going on? Why did the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Vice Guild Leader apologize? I heard that Abysswater is a vicious person. Now that he has become a Vice Guild Leader in the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, it's unlikely he'll back off even if Scarecrow Fox's Great Commander shows up in person. What kind of origin does that Black Flame guy have? Could that guy be the son of some Apex Powers big shot? After Shifeng accepted the map of the underground Crystal Palace and entered the secret land with Scarecrow Fox's team, a commotion immediately occurred in the entrance plaza. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance was known for its domineering behavior. After suffering such a huge slight, it would already be a miracle for the pseudo-Apex Power not to retaliate with all its might, let alone apologize and offer compensation. Such a situation was utterly unbelievable. What is the meaning of this, Vice Guild Leader Abyss? After getting back on his feet, Undying Shadow looked at Abyss Water with a questioning gaze. If we don't teach that brat a lesson after suffering such an insult, we won't be able to establish a foothold in the Crystal City of Secrets in the future. The average elder in the Scarlet Merchant Alliance might be of lower standing than Vice Guild leaders like Abyss Water, but Undying Shadow was a long-standing elder who had contributed greatly to the guild, so he did not need to behave cautiously when dealing with the guild's Vice Guild leaders. On the contrary, many Vice Guild leaders would treat him with respect, so as to rope him to their side. Honestly, if it weren't for the guild leader's command, Undying Shadow would have never chosen to follow Abyss Water. At this time, Undying Shadow wasn't the only person with questions. Burning Cliff and the other guild elders present also looked at Abyss Water for answers. If not for their status in the guild being lower than Abyss Water, a paragon personally appointed to the position of Vice Guild Leader by the guild leader, they would have long taken action against Shifeng instead of letting him go. Shifeng might be powerful for being able to overwhelm the Demon Cave trio, but he was still only one Tier 5 player. He still didn't have the qualifications to behave arrogantly in front of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. Can't establish a foothold. In response to Undying Shadow's question, Abyss Water indifferently asked, "Who says so?" Undying Shadow immediately went quiet. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance was one of the top 2 powers operating in the current Crystal City of Secrets. If the Scarlet Merchant Alliance wished to establish a foothold in the city, who would dare say anything about it? But after this scene, Undying Shadow quickly calmed his anger when he understood Abyss Water's point. It's going to be difficult for us to recruit new members in the city. After all, which expert would be willing to join a guild that backs away from a lone swordsman? That's right, Vice Guild Leader. Burning Cliff nodded in agreement. It might be fine if Black Flame is a famous figure in the greater god's domain, but he's just a bottom-ranked luminous glory expert. We'll get a bad name if this news spreads. A bottom-ranked luminous glory expert. Turning to Burning Cliff, Abyss Water questioned, "Do you think a bottom-ranked luminous glory expert can single-handedly suppress the Demon Cave Trio? Since when has the 7 Luminaries Alliance's luminous glory list become so prestigious?" Burning Cliff fell silent at this response. As for Undying Shadow, his expression turned somewhat ugly. If a genius ranked at the bottom of the luminous glory list could single-handedly suppress the Demon Cave Trio, the luminous glory list in question wouldn't be the same luminous glory list they knew. After all, not even the top-ranking geniuses of the current Sacred Glory list could accomplish such a list, much less a bottom-ranked genius on the Luminous Glory list. Could you be familiar with Black Flame, Vice Guild Leader? Burning Cliff asked out of curiosity. Of course. Even if Abyss Water answered no, Burning Cliff wouldn't believe him. It should be known that even after witnessing Sherfong overpowering the Demon Cave Trio, Burning Cliff was confident he and the other elders present could kill Sherfong nonetheless. Yet, Abyss Water had intervened without hesitation and even offered the precious map, which they had gone to great lengths to obtain as compensation. If Abyss Water had done all this without knowing anything about the swordsman known as Black Flame, there was no way he would make such an unintelligible move. Meanwhile, Undying Shadow, Myriad Shadows, and Thousand Shadows quickly understood Burning Cliff's point and turned toward Abyss Water, curious to learn who Black Flame was. "I do know him. Moreover, I can clearly tell you that it's inadvisable for us to provoke him now," Abyss Water said. Then he shared a document through the team chat and continued, "This is the information I collected on Black Flame. You can take a look, but never leak it to others." After his defeat on Dark Star, Abyss Water promptly utilized his connections to investigate Sherfong. After all, there was no way a genius ranked at the bottom of the Luminous Glory list could defeat him, a paragon originating from one of the 12 sanctuaries. He absolutely refused to believe such a thing could be possible. Not to mention, even after his defeat and subsequent departure from Dark Star, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce did not offer him any responses. It was as if the Eternal Chamber of Commerce never really cared whether he became one of its partners, and this situation confused him greatly. However, after paying a great price, he finally dug out a piece of information that many powers had tried their best to hide about Black Flame, the Azura Sword Emperor. Inadvisable for us to provoke him? Aren't you putting Black Flame on too high of a pedestal, Vice Guild Leader? When Burning Cliff and the other elders of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance saw how seriously Abyss Water spoke of Sherfong, they couldn't help but feel as if the latest addition to the guild's rank of Vice Guild Leaders was inexperienced. While unverifiable through the greater god's domain's historical records, there were many stories of legendary and mythical individuals single-handedly destroying entire major powers. There were even stories of individuals going up against an entire apex power by themselves, and these stories served as inspirations for and were worshipped by countless experts. However, as veterans who had experienced countless storms and tides, Burning Cliff and the others knew that even if these miracles were real, the people behind these miracles should all be at Tier 6. Moreover, they would be existences who had walked to the very limits of Tier 6 life forms. As for Tier 5 life forms, if there even existed stories of Tier 5 life forms accomplishing any of the aforementioned feats, they would be just that. Stories. Of course, Burning Cliff and the others wouldn't dare outright say such a thing to Abyss Water's face. Despite their skepticism, they still chose to read the document Abyss Water shared. After all, Abyss Water was officially a vice guild leader of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. Apart from the Demon Cave Trio, everyone else would be asking for trouble if they tried to disrespect him. Even if he couldn't outright dismiss them from the guild, he could assign them to a position that was far from the guild's central power. However, after Burning Cliff and the others read through the shared document, a wide variety of emotions quickly colored their originally indifferent expressions. He summoned war goddesses to fight several dozen powers? A Tier 5 war goddess. Can such a thing be summoned by players? The Demon Cave Trio broke into a cold sweat after watching the battle video attached to the document. It was especially so when they saw the Tier 5 war goddess in the video obliterating so many Holy Race experts. The pinnacle of techniques. The true pinnacle of techniques. The Tier 5 war goddess in the video was an existence no Tier 5 player should even dream of challenging. Even though the Scarlet Merchant Alliance had a couple of trump cards in the Eternal Realm that could be used to easily dispose of Tier 5 players, all of them would be nothing but a joke in front of a Tier 5 war goddess. It was no wonder Abysswater had intervened and even apologized. The Lord of War Goddesses. This was the new title the various powers who had participated in the battle outside the Courtyard of Space had designated for the Azura Sword Emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3428. Chapter 502. Times have changed. Chapter 3428. Chapter 502. Times have changed. Chapter 502. Times have changed in a vast jungle inside the underground Crystal Palace. Over a dozen streaks of light landed on the forest, startling many nearby small animals. We've arrived on the 4th floor just like that. Shock filled Inkchilin's eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. Although Sherfong had already proven himself extraordinary with his performance outside the underground Crystal Palace, she didn't think he would have an equally surprising card up his sleeve. The underground Crystal Palace was a secret land with a level range of 120 to 200, and had one floor for every 10 levels. Normally, whenever players entered the underground Crystal Palace, regardless of which floor was their actual destination, they would have to start from the first floor, which had a level range of 120 to 129. Originally, such a setting wouldn't have been a big deal as players simply needed to spend more time reaching their desired floor. However, the problem was that every player could only stay in the underground Crystal Palace for 3 days. Regardless of whether players died, they would be teleported out of the secret land once the 3-day time limit was up. To make matters worse, according to their understanding, the underground Crystal Palace's floors were massive, with each floor being at least 3 times as big as the average large-sized map found in the outside world. In a situation where even Tier 5 players could only rely on their 2 feet to travel, they would have wasted half of their 3-day time limit by the time they reached a floor that corresponded to their levels. Moreover, that was under the premise that they didn't encounter any obstructions from monsters. If they had to stop to defeat monsters or take detours, they would have to waste even more time reaching their destination. However, after their team entered the underground Crystal Palace, Sherfong took out 2 tokens and handed them to Gentle Snow and Desolate Fury. Then, with the help of these tokens, their entire team was teleported to the underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor. Who exactly is your guild leader, Snow? Riverlight asked as he turned to Gentle Snow after scanning the 4th floor's environment. Don't say that he's the leader of a guild coming from some miniature world. Do you think I will still believe such a thing? Apart from Riverlight, several other members of Scarecrow Fox also turned to look at Gentle Snow with an inquiring gaze. Originally, they thought Gentle Snow's guild leader would only be an ordinary expert, and they were only willing to let Sherfong join their team because of Gentle Snow. But now, they realized how laughable their previous thoughts were. Setting aside the Scarlet Merchant alliance's matter, just Shifeng's ability to teleport them to the underground Crystal Palace's fourth floor was already beyond the means of any ordinary expert. After all, this was a mind-blowingly massive opportunity. Currently, even though the various powers operating in the Crystal City of Secrets had already dispatched many powerful teams into the underground Crystal Palace, it would still take them at least a day before they could reach the fourth floor. In other words, not only would their team be the first to explore the fourth floor, but they could also have the entire floor to themselves for at least a day. Faced with Riverlight's question, Gentle Snow didn't know what to say. This was because she felt that even if she told the truth, neither Riverlight nor the other members of Scarecrow Fox would believe her. Though, honestly, even she was starting to wonder if she was in a dream. According to Shifeng, in the 2 months she had spent with Scarecrow Fox's team, only several days had passed in the real world. Originally, she thought she must have bridged the gap between her and Shifeng with the extra development time she managed to gain. After all, although 2 months wasn't a long time, her worldview and strength had still undergone a qualitative transformation. In fact, she had changed so much that even the Paimon conglomerate, which previously seemed like a very troublesome opponent, no longer seemed as intimidating as before. She felt that so long as she returned to the miniature ancient world, she could help improve Zero Wing significantly. However, by the looks of things, rather than her, Gentle Snow felt that Shifeng was the one who had gained 2 extra months. Moreover, he must have encountered numerous opportunities to achieve such frightening growth. While Gentle Snow was experiencing mixed feelings about Shifeng's growth, Shifeng was busy surveying the surrounding environment. In most parts of the Eternal Realm, mana and holy power existed in the environment in a 50-50 ratio. However, on the underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor, holy power took up 95% of the energy present in the environment, whereas mana took up only a measly 5%. Because of this environment, every monster present on the floor was brimming with holy power. If a human player were to stand within 30 yards of the monsters here, they would immediately find their use of mana getting interrupted. Even players with Tier 5 epic mana bodies wouldn't be spared from this influence. If players were to fight a bunch of Tier 4 mythic monsters brimming with holy power in such a situation, even Tier 5 players would face great difficulty. Meanwhile, this was something Qilin and the others also quickly noticed. Battle Apes. Qilin frowned as she looked at the group of over 100 level 152 mythic monsters gathered in the distance. Greystone Battle Ape, Ferocious Beast Mythic, level 152 HP, 4 billion. The Greystone Battle Apes were only 3 meters tall, but all of them were clad in armor and wielded weapons. Different from the average monster, these battle apes were clearly creatures that excelled at group combat. Going by past experiences, Qilin knew that battle apes were highly intelligent. These Greystone battle apes also looked like they were using standardized equipment inscribed with secret runes, similar to what NPC guards of NPC cities used. So, they should be able to form a battle array that boosted their overall combat power. Even in the outside world, a dozen of these Tier 4 mythic-ranked Greystone battle apes fighting together with the support of a battle array could kill a Tier 5 player. In this place where players could not use mana, fighting these Greystone battle apes would be a nightmare for players. River, you and your group get ready, Qilin commanded after pondering for a moment. We'll go with the traditional method and trap a portion within a barrier first. Everyone else, use a holy power bottle and quickly eliminate the commanding battle apes. At Qilin's command, Riverlight and the others nodded before quickly taking out several Tier 4 magic scrolls from their bag spaces. The 4th floor's environment and monsters might be tougher than expected, but they were experts of the Scarecrow Fox adventurer team. They had come across many such situations before this, so it was only a matter of wasting a little more time to eliminate these Greystone battle apes. While everyone was getting ready for battle, though Shifeng, who had been feeling the mana around him all this time, suddenly said, "Vice Commander Qilin, I have a way for us to clear out these monsters quickly. A way to clear out these battle apes quickly. Shurfang's words immediately piqued Ink Chilin's curiosity. Do you really have a way to do so, Guild Leader Black Flame? Going by our adventurer team's past experiences of fighting battle apes, these Greystone battle apes should be able to form battle arrays. Moreover, the battle array strength would grow stronger the more battle apes there are to maintain it. If we try to fight them as one big group instead of splitting them up into smaller groups, killing them will be challenging. They might not be a match for the Demon Cave trio, but fighting monsters was Scarecrow Fox's specialty. However, out of all the time she had watched and personally fought in fights involving battle arrays, the best way she could think of for their current team of fewer than 20 players to eliminate the 100-plus Greystone battle apes would be to tackle them in batches. She also found it hard to imagine there would be any better methods. I can prevent them from using battle arrays within 100 yards of me, Shurfang said, chuckling. If we are talking about battle apes that cannot use battle arrays, I'm sure you all can deal with them easily, right? The suppression by holy power was indeed powerful on the 4th floor, and even players with Tier 5 epic mana bodies would be greatly affected. However, Shurfang had previously tested and found that his Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body remained unaffected. He could even maintain control over the mana within a 100-yard radius. Within this radius, none of the battle apes should think of activating their battle arrays, which relied on mana to activate. If what you say is true, we can try to take them on all at once, Ink Chilin said, still somewhat skeptical. However, because of Shurfang's previous performance and the massive opportunity he had provided them by bringing them straight to the 4th floor, she felt she should at least give his suggestion a try out of respect. And even if Shurfang's plan failed, they could simply execute the original plan. Subsequently, several players separated from the team to lure the Greystone battle apes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3429. Chapter 503. 3 Golden Masters. Chapter 3429. Chapter 503. 3 Golden Masters. Chapter 503. 3 Golden Masters. All right, lure them here. Ink Chilin commanded through the team chat upon seeing the Shield Warrior and Guardian Knight, who had gone to lure the Greystone battle apes, entering positions. Blaze Eye, keep an eye out for any battle apes trying to break away from the group. We cannot let any of them leave to call for reinforcements. Battle apes were highly intelligent monsters. Upon reaching the Tier 4 mythic rank, their intelligence could already closely rival players. Not only did they know how to fight in a coordinated group, but they also knew how to seek help from nearby battle apes. There were many instances where players would underestimate mythic-ranked battle apes and unknowingly find themselves surrounded by an army of thousands of battle apes. When thousands of battle apes joined together to form a battle array, even if all of them were only at the Tier 4 mythic rank, they could take on a Tier 6 player. Moreover, there was a high chance the Tier 6 player in question would get whittled down and ultimately die from exhaustion. Hence, when facing highly intelligent monsters like battle apes, there were 2 things players must do. Firstly, players needed to ensure they had the ability to kill a small number of battle apes within a short period of time. Secondly, players needed to ensure no battle apes could escape and call for reinforcements. Once the size of a battle ape army reached 10,000, even bona fide Tier 6 players would have to flee, let alone Tier 5 players. Don't worry, Big Sis Chilin. I won't let any of them get away. A ranger youth named Blaze, I responded confidently. Subsequently, when Ink Chilin and the others saw the Greystone battle apes getting closer and closer, they couldn't help but grow nervous. By now, the group of 100-plus Greystone battle apes had already formed a battle array, allowing every one of them to closely rival Tier 5 legendary monsters in strength and speed. Combined with the strengthening effect of holy power, Even someone like Inkchilin, who wielded a legendary weapon and shield, could only afford to tank about a dozen Greystone Battle Apes at a time. If any other shield warrior or guardian knight tried to tank the Greystone Battle Apes without a legendary weapon and shield, they could, at most, take on 4 at a time. Should they try to take on 10 or more, they would die in a matter of seconds, even with healers healing them. With less than 20 players on their team, if they couldn't isolate these Greystone Battle Apes into groups in time using magic barriers, it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for their whole team to suffer annihilation. In reality, there was also the option of approaching the group of Greystone Battle Apes and launching a sneak attack instead of luring the group over. However, considering that there were other Battle Apes operating in the surroundings, Sherfong felt that it was safer to lure the monsters over. 200 yards, 150 yards, 80 yards. Take action! Sherfong commanded when he saw that the Greystone Battle Apes had already moved within 100 yards of him. At the same time, he unleashed his world creation. Immediately, with Sherfong as the center, mana as dense as metal began to spread and envelop every player and monster on the battlefield. Mana! My mana isn't suppressed anymore. Riverlight was greatly surprised when he sensed his body regaining the ability to radiate mana to the surroundings. Previously, even though he had a Tier 5 epic mana body, he couldn't even manipulate the mana within his body, let alone letting it out of his body. As a result, he could only use Tier 3 and Tier 4 healing spells, drastically reducing his healing potential. However, in his current state, he felt that he could utilize 100% of his mana. This performance was even better than he could normally achieve in the Eternal Realm. Quick look! The Battle Apes battle array has crumbled. Blaze, I excitedly stated as he fired arrows at the Greystone Battle Apes from the top of a large tree. What a powerful mana domain, Inkchilin exclaimed. Not only did Sherfeng's mana domain weaken the Battle Apes, but it also allowed everyone on the team to recover their original combat power. With these changes, their team could take on hundreds of Greystone Battle Apes with ease, let alone a measly 100 or so. Meanwhile, as soon as Sherfong crushed the Greystone Battle Apes battle array with his world creation, the several commanding Battle Apes quickly realized the severity of the situation and let loose several roars. Not good. Don't let them get away. Gentle Snow hurriedly charged forward when she heard the roars of the commanding Battle Apes. As mentioned before, Battle Apes were highly intelligent monsters. Should they realize they were at a disadvantage, their first course of action would be to call for reinforcements. However, if the disparity between them and their opponents was too large, they would choose to split up and escape without hesitation. This was also the biggest problem players faced when fighting Battle Apes. The underground Crystal Palace's 4th floor had a forest terrain. It was the perfect terrain for Battle Apes to operate at peak performance. If a group of mythic rank Battle Apes decided to flee, trying to stop them from fleeing would be an absolute nightmare. When Inkchilin saw the Greystone Battle Apes scattering like startled birds, she couldn't help but experience a headache. Although everyone on the team could now fight at full strength, the majority of them could only pin down 3 or 4 Battle Apes at a time. After all, not much had changed regarding their speed. Not to mention, Sherfeng's mana domain only had a 100-yard radius. For Tier 4 monsters, crossing such a distance would take no more than a second. But 1 second was far from enough for them to activate their magic barriers. However, unlike everyone else, Sherfong remained unfazed even after seeing the Battle Apes choosing to flee. Instead, he quickly advanced to the center of the fleeing Battle Apes and calmly said, "Fury, Laroja, Cross, I'll leave them to you." In response to Sherfeng's words, Desolate Fury calmly looked at the fleeing Battle Apes and said in a slightly excited voice, "Is it finally our turn to make a move?" "I thought I would only get to spectate from the side throughout this entire operation," Cross said, laughing. "All right, enough talking. Hurry up and get to work," Laroja said, smiling as she grabbed the great bow she carried. Then She vanished into thin air and reappeared over 100 meters above the forest. At this time, LaRoja was like an empress overlooking a battlefield as she stood in the sky. Whether it was the battle apes running through the forest or jumping on treetops, every one of them was clearly presented in her eyes. Subsequently, LaRoja drew the bowstring and released it. Then over 100 arrows scattered from her bow and accurately struck all of the fleeing Greystone battle apes, causing their movements to freeze momentarily and their HP to fall by over 10 million. At the same time, Desolate Fury and Cross swiftly traversed through the forest. While doing so, not only did their feet stay off the ground, but they could also make sharp turns without relying on trees for leverage. Even though the Greystone battle apes were already plenty agile as they jumped from tree to tree, Desolate Fury and Cross were even more agile. In the blink of an eye, many of the fleeing Greystone battle apes were knocked off course and sent crashing to the ground, giving the Scarecrow Fox members on the ground an easy time to intercept them. Heavens! They're moving in the air. They're Golden Masters. 3 Golden Masters. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.